It must be getting the beginning of our back half because my
Yeah,
daycare's closed tomorrow too. But since I don't have babies, it's not as big of a deal.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's still on that newborn status.
Yeah, you love them, but man, aren't you happy when they get old enough to start being able to entertain themselves?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Has anybody shot a message to Anthony or?
Not
Uh,
yet. I
if
mean,
he's not on by 7:45, reach out to him, but it's his typical time frame.
yeah.
Yeah, different people, some friends, if you haven't heard from them within a day, you're like, okay, something must be wrong. And then others, you're like, yeah, you have about a year before I send out a search party.
I'm definitely kind of a hermit. So like, even though I live in a small like mountain town where everybody knows everybody, and you see half the fucking town anytime you go to the only grocery store. I mean, I have friends that I consider my really good friends, and we live only like a few streets away, maybe a couple of blocks at most. And I legit don't see these dudes for 6, 8, 9, 10 weeks at a time. Oh, hey, what's going on? It's one of my really good buddies. I talk to him like 3 or 4 times a year.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way.
Yeah, my wife's not. She's the one that if she doesn't talk to you within like 2 weeks or something, she's usually reaching out, hey, what's up? Whereas I can go months, it's like, I really don't have anything new to talk about, so I'm not going to waste your time.
Oh, I need to show you guys something. So my girlfriend got me these for Valentine's Day, and it's the coolest shit. Like I didn't even know this was a thing, and like she's like, "You've had such a funny face on when you saw these, like pulled them out of the bag," because I was just like shocked, but they're fucking badass.
Bam! Anal beads. I knew it. No, I'm just kidding.
Exactly. How'd you know? No, they're coasters that double as dice trays, and they have like one of them is like a rogue. Yeah, is it sending? Oh, it's taking its time sending. There it is. One is for like a rogue and one's for a paladin. She was like, "Well, rogue, you said that rogue was your favorite character that you played, and the paladin's the one you're playing now. So I wasn't sure what to get you, so I just got both."
Those are pretty
Nice.
sick.
Yeah. I was like, "Where the hell did you get these?" And she's like, "I'm not telling you. I might need to get a gift from you from there, like at a later date." It's like, fuck.
Tell her to get you the whole set because you never know what you're playing week to week.
Yeah.
Just tell her you're playing a bunch of one shots and you've covered the what is it, like 14 or 15 different classes you could be. Get them all.
Yeah, so tonight I'm using the rogue, and I'm gonna save the paladin for the regular schedule. Yeah, so that's so cool. It's got a little tiny dice tray, and it can hold my drink.
You gotta keep sending more pics. My old lady just said something about trying to up her game after seeing that. So So, first things first, we go straight to the guild hall.
We wake up, ask where the guild hall is, go. Nothing else matters.
Also, I'd like to leave all the 20th level equipment and things you gave me to Oakley for future adventures. Thank you. And then I'll jump off a cliff or something.
Yeah, I mean, I was interested to try out an artificer, but once I started building this at level 20, it's like, god damn. I didn't know how much you could actually do with them.
I kept it kind of basic with the way of the open hand, but I mean, 20 levels in monk is impressive. Like there's very few situations. I don't know, can like slow me or deter me. But, you know, basically, if I can reach out and touch it, I can fuck just about anything up, magically, physically, or otherwise. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, one of my favorite moments of it's another Marisha fucking critical role moment, but it's I can't remember the exact situation, but they were in an encounter and Marisha was like, "All right, I want to like move all the way over there," and she's like, and then he says, "Okay," Matt's like, "All right, you can get like this far." And she's like, "Wait, like even with freedom of movement because like difficult terrain or some shit like that." And he's like, "Look, I'm giving you this because you have your crazy fucking monk speed right now, so you should just be happy with what you get." Like, monks are like, yeah, once they get like up there in levels, they're fucking insane.
Oh yeah, like I like that. The was it the quivering palm technique or whatever? Like that's just badass. Like
Yeah,
it's like an instant kill. If they fail their save, their hit points are reduced to 0, so they're dead. And if they, I mean, and then even if they succeed, you're looking at 10d10
yeah,
necrotic damage. So like worst case scenario, I potentially do 100 points of damage to them. Like that's
yeah.
a good fucking deal, you know?
It's that, and isn't I think like the stat is like it's whenever you end it. So like you can just like hit them with the quivering palm, let them like suffer in anxiety for like a year, and just be like, "All right, you know what? I'm gonna end it now," and then they take the 10d10.
Yeah, like I've heard in other podcasts I've listened to. One scenario was like a monk used the quavering hand or whatever, similar to like a Gaius effect. You know, it was like, you know, if you don't do this, what I say within so long of a time, I'm gonna fucking just end you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, here it is. So when you hit with an unarmed strike, you can spend 3 key points to start a harmless vibrations in the target, which lasts for I'm sorry, not a year, but it lasts for 20 days. As an action, you can end the vibrations, and the creature must make a con saving throw. If it fails, it's reduced to 0 hit points. If it succeeds, it takes 10d10 necrotic damage. So yeah, like you said, even if it fucking succeeds, potentially 100 damage just with one fucking hit.
One of the 3 attacks I get in that, or 4 attacks in the round. You know, it's like, fuck, man, high level monks are the shit.
Yeah. All right. Anthony's here. You guys ready to go?
So ready.
Let's do it.
All right. So, as starting off, let me pull up my materials. All right. So, as you all told me, you all are these seasoned adventurers. Um, not necessarily in your old age yet, but you've definitely anywhere ranging between your prime to right before your prime ends. You're at just the right age where you're nothing is a challenge to you anymore. You have honed your skills to the peak of possibilities, and you all went on your various quests where you were asked with dire need to assist with these, various things. And the unlikely happened. You got overrun, you got overpowered, or just a random happenstance of bad luck led you to your demise. But as you felt the darkness closing in around you, your final breaths beginning to escape your body, you all suddenly feel a tugging sensation at the center of your being, right in the middle of your torso. And then you are wrenched forward. At first, it just feels like you are just being pulled at a great speed through the space that you were in. But then, as you open your eyes, you see a cacophony of lights and sounds just blurring by you as you are wrenched forth through space and time. And then it all goes black. And some of you may have thought, oh, this is the end. I guess that's just the feeling of death, being pulled into the unknown, moving on into the next life, whatever that may be. But then you start to feel, solid floor beneath you, or ground, or some sort of surface. And your muscles are aching still from the fight that you were just pulled from. And as you slowly open your eyes, the light hits you. And, you kind of blurry vision as you're trying to take in your surroundings. You sit up and see a few figures around you as well, kind of looking like they had the same exact confused expression on their face, not sure how they got here. And as you observe your surroundings, you wake up on the floor of this large, grand room with high ceilings and walls that are lined with bookshelves that are just filled with a different array of books and tomes and scrolls, all of various ages and weathering. Tall windows, these kind of like cathedral-like windows just spread up from floor to ceiling, kind of throughout. Scattered throughout the room, letting in this bright light that kind of woke you up to your surroundings. But as you continue to look around, you see that this isn't a perfect, pristine room as it immediately kind of looked to be. You can see signs of fighting. Some of the books are scattered off of a couple of shelves onto the floor. You see some of the shelves are actually just woven in two, just giant slash marks and hacks against the dark polished wood. Some more torn pages from the books are littering and scattered across the floor. And then you see signs of blood, splatters and other various viscera that are just kind of scattered around. Sorry, just 1 second. Sorry about that. My dog decided just now to be a jerk and chew on something he wasn't supposed to. As I was saying, you see signs of blood, blood splatter and viscera. Not a crazy amount. It's not like armies were fighting in here and there's just the floor is soaked with blood, but there's definite signs of a struggle and a altercation that happened in this room. And as you turn, you see this incredibly tall, like, or at least a humanoid, probably standing roughly 10 to 12 feet tall, very trim, like well muscled, uh, tall, lustrous green skin with this long blonde hair hanging down their back. Um, and a set of large white wings sprouting from their shoulders. And as just as you begin to notice him, he turns and looks at all of you and says, hello. Been waiting for you to wake up. I'm glad that you all made it all right."
I feel like the first thing that Joel would do is kind of like take that first deep breath, because the last thing he remembered was water filling his lungs, and just still kind of like have some of the like salt spitting out of his mouth, and just still coughing up a little bit of water and still trying to struggle to breathe, and as he kind of sits up and looks around.
Um, as he sees kind of your moments of hesitation and a look of understanding comes across his face, and he slowly walks up to the three of you and just kneels down. Even while kneeling, he's still about 4 to 5 feet tall. Like, this is a very large humanoid. And then he speaks to you again. "Well, I guess I should introduce myself. I'm Amzael. I'm a plantar, but you may not know what that is, or you might. But the common folk call us angels. And I serve the god Ogma. She is a kind goddess of wisdom and truth and knowledge. She seeks to know and understand everything she can and loves to spread that knowledge to all of her followers and to anyone who would listen. But I suppose you are probably wondering how you showed up in this place. Well, I called you forth to assist me with something. I used well, Ogma would not be quite happy with the means of which I brought you here, but I used a form of a chronomancy. It is a highly forbidden magic with our people, but I was in desperate need of assistance. And I used this time magic to glance through the different areas of time and different planes of existence and realms to find you three. All legendary heroes in your own right. Well, at least I believe, all capable of helping me. So, please, stand up. No need to lay prostrate on the ground.
Trix would kind of, be suspect of anything that's unnaturally large. So, his general demeanor is still kind of guarded. It's still kind of, feeling like maybe pulled fresh from combat. He does not say anything in particular to the giant angel-like creature, but definitely scrutinizes and maybe give the head nod of like acknowledgement, but through narrowed eyes is the natural giant slaying training and whatnot that he's gone overgone over a lifetime just kind of naturally kicks in. Anything that's too large, untrustworthy. And also, most things with wings are trying to kill and or eat him most of the time. So another red flag as far as he's concerned. So a silent, pious monk, shorter than most. He is a Snurfneblin, a deep gnome. He wields only simple clothes and a few pieces of jewelry while leaning heavy on a staff. But just a bit taller than the average halfling by maybe an inch or two, and a bit more stockier in the shoulders, but for the most part, so silent obedience is what you're getting from Trix.
So
Yeah,
the
it's
best
not so much prostration as we're just short.
Does everyone else want to introduce their characters?
Sure. My name is Go Ogle. I am an artificer, which means I'm very smart. I figure, why do things through exercise when you could just make it? We're trying to stop the evil people of Apple from trying to turn everybody into mindless zombies when we were betrayed by Elon Musk. And this right here is my assistant android. I call him Andy. He helps me get around and kick some elven ass, as it were.
Joel will stand up. He's a furbolg wearing dark robes and dark hair and a dark, just very, very dark. And he stands up and, well, the Lord seems to have all kinds of paths for us to follow. It seems that I have been called to a higher power. And if that's the Lord's work, then I guess I'm right where I'm supposed to be.
Looking kind of to the party, Trix would kind of pipe up, well, Trix don't trust none of these giantlings here. Trix thinks this might be some kind of trap. I'm not sold on this creature here. Kind of gestures towards the angel. Trix thinks that we've all been screwed somehow, bamboozled. I don't know. I don't got any good feelings from this guy.
Well, I don't know about you, my little halfling friend. I wasn't in the most advantageous position when I was brought here. As far as I know, our giant friend here saved my life. There's one thing I know is that the Lord works in mysterious ways. And obviously, I was not meant to die. And my friend, neither were you. Seems that the Lord has more planned for you, my little friend.
Listen here. Trix thinks you might be confusing him with some kind of a halfling. I'm a Snurfneblin. We're gnomes, all right? Get it right.
Well,
Oh no, my apologies. No, I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you off, but last thing I want to do is offend anyone. I see a small fella, and I'm rather tall, and y'all are all kind of small. But I do apologize, my little gnome friend.
You being partially large, I kind of I turn over to Go Ogle, and I go, Trix thinks this is a bad idea. There's way too many large folk around here. We're definitely in a bad situation here, me and you. Just for the record.
Well, perhaps I should explain the situation in which I brought you here, and then let you decide for yourselves. So, as I said, I was in desperate need of assistance, and, well, it was the only thing I could think of to do, the only thing I had left. As I said, I used chronomancy to rip you from your time period, from the very moments before your death. Not sure if you all were aware what was happening, or if the time had come for you, but I indeed pulled you just moments before you were meant to perish.
See, what did Trix tell you guys? He's obviously kidnapped us.
Well, I mean, you're technically not wrong. And unfortunately, this spell that I am channeling is only temporary. When it fails, it inevitably will fail. You will be sent back to the time where I pulled you from, and you will likely perish. Now, while this is unavoidable, uh, while this is unavoidable, I do need your help. And looking through time, I found all of you to be great heroes and people of great character, always helping where they were needed and standing up for the right. And so I'm asking you to do that one more time before you are gone. And if I'm being honest, as I said before, this type of magic is forbidden among my people. And I myself will also perish. I will be destroyed with no promise of an afterlife just for casting this spell. So if that makes you any more convinced about the dire need that I am in, hopefully that does the convincing.
So he kidnapped us and brought us along on a suicide mission. I'm telling you guys, nobody over like 5'5" should be trusted. I'm serious.
Well, now I'm all for doing good deeds. I mean, I'm a man of the cloth. But what is the point of doing a good deed if no one's there to, one, witness it, or two, there's no incentive for it? Now, if we're all going to be sent back to die, what does it matter if we die here? What does it matter if I die right now? It would suit better if I had a little more, maybe gold to work with, or perhaps maybe some kind of promise that maybe when I get sent back, I have a chance of survival. Because, I mean, as far as you're putting it, it's like we're gonna die no matter what.
Well,
The other weird giant thing makes a good point. Weird giant thing. I stare at the angel.
well, there's a limit to my power. I'm not sure how much I will be able to help you once the spell ends and you get sent back to your own time. But I can promise that I can try, or at the very least grant a boon. Whether it is blessing your descendants, if you have any, or any sort of boon along those lines.
I don't know about you three, but I could give a rat's ass about my descendants. I'm here for me and me only. Now you may call that selfish. I call that just looking out for number one.
Trix thinks that this is all a scam. And Trix is not easily bested in combat. Sure, them big old horde of giants might have got a cheap shot in, but Trix thinks you and maybe your goddess might have made a mistake on thinking that that was Trix's last day. Trix is pretty great, especially at killing giants. But
So
what
just
what
gonna-
choice do we have, really?
Gogol's just going to stand up and start walking towards the Planetar. Okay, you know what? I'm in, because right about now, these two are going to drive me to kill myself, so screw it.
Well, thank you. Now, as I said, I can grant a boon, and I can do my best to give any last-minute assistance as I send you back, but again, just by casting this spell, I've sealed my own demise. So, but the reason I brought you here, as I told you, this is I am a planetar of Ogma, and this is a mountaintop shrine to that goddess. This is where all the highest of ranking clerics and celestials like myself study history and chronomancy and just bring in knowledge and try to aid the world. But not but a few hours ago, our shrine was attacked by a former friend of mine, someone I've known for a long time. She is a Solar named Tempani, and she is one of the highest ranking and most powerful angels in creation at this point in time. And she was in the forefront, starving off incursions from the far realms. She, for the longest time, as long as I can remember, has been fighting off fiends and beasts and devils from pushing through into our realm. But for some reason, she turned. She appeared here at the shrine unannounced, accompanied with dozens and dozens of lesser angels by her side. Her blazing sword stained inky black. And just the moment I saw her, I knew something was wrong. Madness had overcome her. She demanded, well, her and her angels demanded that everyone in the shrine turn over all they knew about chronomancy and assist her in a project that she claimed would prevent the downfall of the far realms and prevent it from destroying everything. However, I fear that her plans will likely cause huge damage to the world, possibly even rendering it completely unrecognizable. Timelines changing, paradoxes created and erased simultaneously. Just chaos. Nothing would be as it should. And when most of us refused, she began her slaughter, killing anyone that opposed her, abducting those that she possessed, or that she believed possessed the skills that she needed. And she nearly killed me myself. Now, I believe that she's retreated deeper into the temple, part of the temple devoted to studying the far realms, where she claims to be able to stop it. It is located in the Underdark, and there's a teleportation circle there set up. I can send you to if you agree to help me. Please, I fully believe that if she is left to her own devices, everyone will pay the price, and not in a good way. So will you help me?
Maybe. Trix has questions. Question 1. Is this Tempani big like you? He points to you, the angel.
Yes. Yes, she is.
Perfect. Question number 2. Trix needs to know. Is she in the Underdark as well?
Yes, the temple where I believe she has set up shop where she is going to enact her plan is located in the Underdark.
And so when Trix kills this giant lady, you're gonna send Trix home with some kind of good voodoo right back where you got me from, right? Correct?
Yes, I will do everything in my power to assist you in surviving or granting boons to your kin or your town, your home, wherever you may desire.
Trix thinks this is right up his alley. I think we'll at least can't speak for the others, but you want me to go to my homeland type of scenario, type of setting, and kill a giant lady, possibly an evil giant lady with wings. This is Trix bread and butter. I've been doing this for about 100 years. There's no problem. Sign me up. But it better be some good voodoo you send me back with. You might need a little extra giddy up.
I will do my best.
Well, the only thing I care about is if you could help me possibly survive being trapped in that ocean there. If you could help me do that, shit, I'll do. Pardon my language. It's a little exciting being here, considering where I was. But I mean, if you could help me at least attempt to survive that, well, I ain't got nowhere else to be except wherever the Lord puts me. So I guess I can help.
Wonderful. Well, before you go, I can offer at least these items right now to help you in your travels. And then you see he turns around and walks over to a table that was set behind him, and he pulls off um, what appear to be 3 wooden hourglasses. Very, very finely crafted. Like it appears that whoever created these was a master of their craft and possibly spent weeks intricately carving the wooden exterior. The glass is very well made and very symmetrical, and uh, inside there's a golden sand. But the longer you look at it, the more you notice that it just keeps running. The sand at the top half of the hourglass continues to pour into the lower half, but it just never, like, the level does not decrease at all. It just stays stagnant, like it is just this never-ending sand. And he walks up to each of you and hands you each one of these little. I mean, they're pretty small in his hands, but as he hands them to you, they're decent sized. Nothing huge or anything like that. Like maybe like 6 to 8 inches tall. Now these will help you if you run into any moments where you don't exactly feel safe for a rest, but you might need one pretty badly. And then he goes on to explain that these are magical hourglasses that when they are smashed onto the ground, time seems to stop for all creatures within a 20-foot radius of where you smashed it. And it will stop for exactly 1 hour. So essentially, you can basically take a short rest, and all time stops around you. Now, as I said, I know of a teleportation circle in the Underdark where I can send you, and that will lead you down the path towards Timpani. And hopefully you can end her mad plans before she destroys everything that is. So are you ready?
Trix is always ready. He pops his knuckles and busts out his staff.
Well, there ain't no time like the present.
If it gets
Alright.
me away from these two, let's go.
Oh, well, you'll be going with them, I'm sure. And then, before anyone else can say anything, he starts chanting, um, head bowed, hands splayed out forwards towards the group of you, and mystical, radiant glow starts emanating from his hands. And then you feel a somewhat similar tugging sensation in your guts. Um, before everything goes black for but a second, and then you reappear. And as you take in your surroundings, you find yourself in a large cavern. You stand on a onyx and granite stone circle with magical runes carved. And this appears to be the teleportation circle that he sent you to. Before you stands a stone path leading out onto a beach, except it doesn't really look like a normal beach. The sand, instead of the normal, tan ground sandy color, is a dark purple. And as you look out, you see the beach leads down to a large lake that is glowing a bright blue with some sort of what appears to be a bioluminescence, just kind of lighting up this underground cavern that you are in. Well enough that it's not bright light, but it's enough of a light that you can see across this long lake, nearly 100 feet wide. And across the lake, you see another smaller beach with two braziers brightly lit that are also providing some light off in the distance. And there's a dock at the end of the stone path with a small little kind of like rowboat waiting and kind of bobbing every now and then in the slight currents and waves that emanate throughout this lake.
Okay, so just to be clear, my Snurf Neblin is from the Underdark, so I've got an ability or two that kind of lets me camouflage with a rocky environment. Would I be able to swiftly maybe move from the beach towards a more rocky area so I could blend as we kind of travel?
There's not too much. I'm about to send some pictures.
Okay,
There's not
perfect.
too much rocky terrain per se. Like, I mean, it is an underground cavern, so like the walls and ceiling of the cavern are definitely like stone, earth. But
Okay, perfect. Because it was the ability is called Stone Camouflage. This is you have the advantage on Dex checks for stealth to hide in like rocky terrain.
okay, I'll keep that in mind. Sorry, they're still going through. There we go.
Oh, okay. I see.
So, and all seems fairly quiet as you're kind of standing there observing your surroundings. There's, not much sounds. The lapping of waves every now and then from the underground lake on the beach. But other than that, it's pretty quiet. What would the party like to do?
So we've
Guess we
got
gotta go on top out.
right. We got to cross this water, correct?
Yes, there, as you look around, that's what appears to be the only exit. The entire beach on your side is, surrounded by the cavern walls, and then you can't, at least from this distance, can't see any sort of exit along the lake other than this opposite end where there is another beach.
I guess I'll kind of look to the party and kind of take the cue from them. But I think with one of my higher monk abilities, I can actually move across the surface of the water without using the boat. So I don't think I would. I don't think I would join them, but maybe travel adjacent to them.
Your monk can walk on water.
Correct. Yes.
The monks at level 20 are literally G.
It's unarmored movement improvement. I can move along vertical surfaces and across liquids without falling during the move.
And what's your movement speed?
55. So if I did a dash action, I could probably do 110 feet all at once.
Okay.
It's a fast ass short guy.
Fast enough to hydroplane on top of the water and potentially just run across it rather than. But at the use of caution, I guess, I would, rather than just full on sprint across the water, I would, maybe attempt a light jog in place as I try to match the pace of however these guys are getting across, if they decide to use the boat or whatnot.
Ogle climbs up onto Android and says, "All right, let's get over to this boat here."
And Joel will just kind of follow, but very have his white like teeth are like pearlescent white, smiling and just following.
All right. So as you're moving down this stony little path, um, as you reach the little dock with the boat, um, you come up to it and you see that there's actually a humanoid form wearing bright white robes, embroidered with the symbol of Ogma, which you've already seen, all over the little Citadel temple area that you just came from. Um, except there's the white robes are stained quite red as this humanoid is slumped over in the boat with a deep gash across its chest, and it is unmoving. But the boat appears to be in good condition, still floating next to the dock. Still, there's no other sounds or any form of movement other than the gentle waves lapping up onto the beach. So you guys moving on to the boat, or
Can I try to make like a medicine or a perception check to maybe determine how this guy died?
yeah, sure, go ahead. Do just a medicine check. Oh, also forgot to mention, Have a Joel be blue. Joel is the blue rock. Go Ogle is the red rock. And Matt Tricks will be the yellow rock. 26. Yeah, this guy got cut the fuck up. There's a some sort of bladed weapon appears to have done the large gash across its chest. And you can kind of surmise, hearing about the story of Tempani, raiding and killing everyone that didn't agree with her. It was probably either her or one of her minions that cut this man down. But it doesn't appear to be magical or bestial in nature.
So this is like a celestial type of being, then?
Actually, with that check as well, medicine, you'd be able to tell. It does appear to be human. Probably one of the acolytes or priests or something that serve the goddess.
Gogol is going to go up to the body and just throw it overboard.
I was thinking it, but you beat
Okay,
Trix
very good.
there. Trix approves of this.
With that check, can I tell how long he's been dead?
Yeah, with 26. What's his name? Amzael told you that Tempani had attacked a few hours ago. And this appears to line up with that timeline that he described. Like, it's fairly fresh, couple hours at most. All right, so Go Ogle dumps this poor corpse into the lake. Is everyone get on the boat, or is Trix? Are you running alongside?
So what is the distance I'm looking at from like dock to dock? Can I gauge that?
Give me perception.
$23.
You feel that if you went on a full-on sprint, you can make it from dock to dock. I will say though, while monks have this crazy movement speed and unhindered by water and vertical surfaces, I don't know if you'd be able to just like move and stop and wait for them to catch up and then keep moving. Because like I feel like this like unhindered movement is more of like you just, I don't know, like chi or your key points and
The concept is
yeah.
like those lizards. You just start running on
Yeah.
tension water. You stop, you drown.
Yeah. I feel
Okay,
like
so I could probably within a round, let's say like a
Yeah.
6-second round, I could potentially just sprint across the water top.
absolutely. Like
What if I ran circles around them while they went? No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, I would technically allow. My whole thing is, I feel like Chris said, like it's like one of those lizards. Like if you keep your movement constant, like it's your momentum carrying you over the water, like the surface tension. But like if you were like doing like a slow jog next to them, I feel like you wouldn't really be able to, stay on top of the water.
Okay, yeah, I was just giving you a hard time, anyways. Yeah. So rather than kind of try to like jog in place next to them and kind of keep pace with the boat, I guess I will just take point and zip across the water and hope that there's nothing in it that tries to snatch me on the way across.
Alrighty. All right, so before we do anything, I'm gonna have. We don't need to do checks for that. I'm just gonna say the boat, because it's just like a simple rowboat. Probably has like a 30-foot movement speed per round. So you guys, Gil Ogle and Joel, hop in the boats. Move.
So is Android like a robot familiar or something? How's that work?
I forgot about Android.
Still defender, so it can attack, it can deflect, and he's going to row for me. He's got 4 legs and 2 arms.
Weird, but awesome.
All right. In that case, I'm gonna add. So gonna be honest, I forgot that he was there. I put another token on the board. He's gonna be the gold token, your android.
All right.
So you three are in the boat. You moved 30 feet. Triggs, you start booking it across the water. You make it 55 feet in the first action. Everyone make me perception checks.
Well, that'll be a 21 for Tricks.
Oh, go on.
It's okay. 24 for my android. That's why he's there.
Jeez.
Joel got a 30.
All right. So, I'll go. You're just kind of chilling in the boat, just sitting back, enjoying the
I'm
nice.
studying the hourglass, trying to figure it out.
Yeah, you're sitting there looking at your hourglass. Everyone else, including your android, who starts. I don't know. Does he talk or beeps, boops? What does he do?
We'll go with beeps, kind of like Morse code.
Kind of like R2D2, just. But also, Tricks, as you're sprinting across this water, you kind of look to your right, and everyone else, including Galago after being alerted by the android, looks to your right, and you hear this strange, like, popping sound as these 4 humanoid-ish shapes kind of just pop into existence over the water about 50 feet to the right of you guys. And then you hear these loud roars and the sounds of wings flapping as right before you see these 3 bright brass flying figures in chase with these 4 beings. Is there anything you guys would like to do other than Tricks? Because you're spending the remainder of this round sprinting forward, unless you just want to sink into the water and wait for the boat.
Negative. Tricks don't play those games. Tricks is for sure taking in the view as he swiftly scoots across the water to the docks on the other side.
Yeah, so you sprint across and like take a final leap to get up the little step onto the the dog can like skid forward, 3-point landing kind of thing as you spin and look back towards the figures on the other side of the lake. The rest of the party, what are you doing?
You said we see four, five flying creatures. What was it?
So with your Joel, with your perception check, especially, you would have seen the four figures. They kind of like they appear to be kind of floating through the air, like not flying by any sort of means other than what is it? Like telekinetic flight. Just kind of like floating through the air as they zip towards it appears that they're going towards the beach. And then as you take a closer look, the three winged figures behind them, after you take a moment to take a closer look as you're moving forward, they appear to be three dragons. Not large, they're not huge or anything like that. They don't appear to be full grown, but they are, three like maybe like horse-sized dragons that are giving chase to these humanoid figures.
So it seems that these things are running away from those dragon things.
Yes.
Are they wearing like the robes similar to the guy we douched into the river or the lake?
No, they do not. They're kind of appear to be not quite rags, but just like tattered patchwork cloth and leathers.
And these are humans, not giant folk of some kind.
They're humanoid. If you want to give me, I don't know, what would this be?
They're bigger than you, which isn't saying much.
Yeah.
You got that at like 3.5 feet though.
If you want to give me another, let's just do another perception check. If you would like to try and, since you're on the other shore now, you're not like sprinting across. You can try and take a closer look to see if you can see what these other figures are.
Okay, I didn't ask about the lighting situation, but just throwing it out there, I've got like superior dark vision, so I got like a 120 foot if we don't have a light source or anything. I think we're good. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. The lake seems to be emitting some sort of a bioluminescent light, so it kind of lights up the cavern. I mean, it's not like bright daylight, but it's not dark light either, so you can see well enough, especially with dark.
Okay, cool. 13 total.
It's hard to make out at this distance. They definitely don't appear to be human. As you kind of squint and try to look closer as they're kind of floating through the air, they do appear to have like some sort of like claws, like these long, elongated fingers in what might be tentacles coming from their face or some sort of long hair. You're not quite sure, but you can definitely surmise that they are not humans. That along with them just kind of floating through the air.
I call across the lake to the party. Is that a Tempani? Is that the stuff we need to punch ties? I thought I was going for a giant, but I can't quite tell. Please,
right, so-
help Trix.
At this point, the party in the boat would have moved another 30 feet forward. The four figures also continue moving forward toward like across the lake at a slower speed, but they're still floating forward. And at this point, you see that the dragons have caught up with them, and they are now full scale attack. They're blasting their fire breath because they, as you can tell in this light, they do appear to be either golden or brass colored. Kind of hard to tell exactly, but they're definitely of that shade. And they are just full scale attack, clawing them in midair, blasting them with fire as they just ravage them. Whatever these humanoids are, don't appear to be standing a chance. Is there anything you guys like to do, or just continue moving towards the dock?
Don't know who's good, don't know who's bad. Let's keep going.
Right? It's difficult. Trix thinks it's difficult to discern who is on what side here. Perhaps avoiding it altogether is the right course of action.
All right.
Also, Trix desires to punchitize everything. If you guys want to go get down, we can do that.
All right. So as you make your final movements and get the boat up to the dock and start climbing out, by this point, the dragons have eviscerated whatever those appeared to be, their dead bodies falling into the lake. Everyone, also go Ogle and Joel. Give me other perception checks. 'Cause I should have done that last round as you continue to move forward.
Well, we might have messed up. Might have probably should have helped them folks, as they might have been able to help us. Ooh, it's a 15 total.
I think I
Alright,
have an Android because Google don't give a shit what's going on in the world.
Yeah, so neither one of you are able to really pick up what they were. You know, there's a lot of flashing lights and the fire illuminated them, and you know, silhouettes being just burned. But as you come up on the dock, Andy pulls you aside, go, and through a series of beeps and boops and chirps, tells you like, "Hey, like I'm pretty sure those were mind flayers of the Underdark. You know, you've studied them. I've learned through you. You know, hi, this database, but I'm pretty sure those were mind flayers. Maybe you should pay more attention because you know there's shit going on here. You could have died." And then just waddles off. But after he does that, says those things to you, and you kind of take it in, you all begin to notice the three brass dragons start moving towards you. It appears that they have, in the light of the braziers that are on the opposite side of the beach that you are now on, they've noticed you all and are slowly, actually not slowly, not that slowly, gradually making their way over towards you. You guys probably have about 6 seconds before they're on you.
Well, shit. Well, it seems that we got a fight hitting our way.
Trix thinks maybe we ask the dragons where the tempura is, or tempari. Trix thinks we ask the dragons where the most punchitizable angel lady is residing. Dragons are sometimes smart, right? Right? Also, they might have just done us a favor as a Denzian of the Underdark. Mind flayers, no good. No good at all. Trix thinks maybe they're not so bad.
Well, my little gnome friend, if you want to talk to him, then by all means, go ahead. And then I'll tap him on the shoulder and give him some guidance.
Okay, yeah, I'd just prep an action to, try to communicate with them when they come within, speaking range, I guess.
All right. So where's my phone? Shit, there it is. All right. So over the course of the next, 6 to 10 seconds, these dragons swoop in and kind of surround you or form a loose C shape in front of you, kind of spreading out. And the one in the middle, directly in front of the dock, calls out, "Identify yourself. Who are you, and what are you doing here? You are not folk of the Underdark. Well, maybe that little one, but not the Underdark here."
I kind of step forward, and clear my throat. Tricks, Matt Tricks, at your service. Snurf Neblin of the giant slaying tribes. These are my fellow servants, and we are seeking the tall angel lady we've been told resides here. We have business with her.
And they just are just kind of, as they're not full-grown dragons, as I said, but they are still a force to be reckoned with. Their rippling muscles as they beat their wings heavily and hover right in front of you. The one who's continues to speak to you in front of the dock. "In what dealings do you have with Our Lady? We are the children of the great Lantura, and our mother owes a great debt to Tempani from ages long past, and we live to serve out that debt. No one shall pass by our watch unless otherwise permitted. So what dealings do you have with Tempani?"
Well, Tempani herself has told me to keep these dealings very discreet. I think I would be going against her will and wishes if I divulged the information, even to such allies, as the nature of our mission is quite secret and urgent. Do you risk her wrath by stalling her messengers, or are we free to pass?
Roll me a deception check.
Don't forget to add a D4.
Oh yeah, you do have guidance. So D4.
I'm gonna need it because this is a raw roll. So, fuck, I should have been a bard. Oh boy.
Oh no. The
Yeah, that's a nat one.
what appears to be the leader, are the one speaking, lets out a low guttural growl. "Your tiny tricks do not work on us, little one. Tell us why you are truly here, and we might just let you live, or turn back. It is up to you."
To behold the greatness of Tempani herself, obviously. Kind of gestured to the party. Travelers from the surface world, also.
Quick question. Is it like, are us three like right next to each other and we're facing them three, or do they have us like circled?
They're not like circled all the way around you. They're kind of like in a very loose like V formation in front of you. So a majority of you are like on the dock. And they're still floating above the water about like 20 to or 15 to 20 feet out from you.
Okay, I see it. While he's talking, Joel will kind of just back up a little bit to kind of get off the dock and be on solid ground on the beach.
Yeah,
as
well,
I
he's talking.
Sorry, just as I pass Tricks, I'm gonna tap him again for another guidance, and this is very important. Let's make sure we don't fail this one. Let's just tap him another guidance.
Gogol's going to cast Fire Shield while that conversation's going on.
Okay, so Joel, you are backing up. So on the map that I currently have, that's in the thing. Actually, I'm going to send an updated one because I should have. Android would have moved back with you. I'm assuming Go
And yeah, like Trix would definitely be approaching the dragons while he's talking. Potentially standing at the end of the dock to converse with them.
Yeah, I should have moved everyone around before I sent that picture. So I'm going to do that. So I'm going to move Trix to the front because he's talking. Joel, I'm going to tap him on the shoulder and then move back towards land. Go you wanted to cast Fire Shield
Yeah.
on yourself?
Yes. So you see blue flames just start circling my body.
Okay. So that's not exactly a subtle spell. I was going to have you roll a sleight of hand check if you want to do it subtly, but if it's not really a subtle spell, then there's really no point.
No, there's thin and wispy flames, so they would see blue sparks all of a sudden just circling my body.
Okay. But Joel, roll me a sleight of hand check for you as you kind of, unless you wanted to just be blatant about the guidance.
Well, I just wanted to see, as I'm passing by, just kind of like brush my hand against him, like, I mean, even if it is obvious, I mean, I could roll it, but I wasn't trying to be too discreet about it. I just want to make it seem like I was giving him some words of encouragement.
Well, based on the picture he sent, you were behind him, so you would have walked up and touched him.
Yeah, and if you're trying to just make it seem like pat on the shoulder word of encouragement, like not make it be like,
that's what I was going for.
Yeah. So sleight of hand for you. I'm gonna send an updated picture of better boots.
Son of a bitch, Nate.
I'm gonna have to punch me dragon, boys.
Oh yeah. So I mean, it wouldn't have helped too much, to be honest, because they already saw Go casting this spell. So as you both, Go spell is a little bit overruns or overrides, gets their attention more than yours does, luckily. So you kind of hear like just a chorus of growls as they see this fire spread over your body, Go and Trix, I want you to roll another deception check with disadvantage, but you get a D4 for guidance. Yikes. You're not doing good with the deception.
What I meant to say was your father smells of elderberries.
All right, in that case, yeah. So they look at you all, and after hearing your half-hearted lie about trying to bask in the awe of Tempani, the dragon looks down at you, and you can see that a flame building up in its maw as it growls. Well, more lies from you. I guess we'll have to extinguish you just like the others that have tried to pass by our watch. And I need everyone to roll initiative. I'm also very excited because I bought this tiny little whiteboard for me to use for initiative count. So I don't have to keep like wasting paper by like a new initiative every single encounter.
So did you say that these are like young dragons, wormlings, or these what are these?
They appear to be young brass dragons. They're not ancient or adults appearing in any way. Like I said, they're like more like horse size, like a large, like a Clydesdale, but it's a brass dragon. So, what is their initiative bonus? Oh dang! Dragons have shitty decks. Not to metagame or anything like that.
Well, they're
I just,
big. They're not going to be very quick to move.
I don't know why I expected them to be a little more dexterous, but for some reason I did. All right, so I got tricks. And then we got what is your dex go Ogle?
2.
+2? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So top of the round is no surprise, the monk.
Perfect. And the map's still the same?
Yes.
So, I would kind of, standing there, I would throw up a one hand and just kind of like, well, okay, truth be told, we are here to find Tempani and slay her evil ass so we can all go back to our own timeline and prepare to meet your doom, for I am Trix. And I will rush forward and lay in a couple of attack with my quarter staff. I will use my monk-like ability to travel on top of the water and assault the one closest to me, kind of directly off the dock, I guess.
Okay. Oh yeah, so I will say, unless you want to sink in the water, you are going to have to use movement to get there, make your quick attacks, and the movement to get back, or else you will drop down into the water. But it is possible.
Okay, that changes my plan, but not so much. All right, I will do that.
Or you can do some crazy monk shit and jump on the dragon, whatever.
So my first one is a critical hit.
Oh, shit.
Let's roll out this other one. My second one is a 30 to hit.
Yeah. Those definitely both hit. For sure.
Okay, so I'm tempted to use a few abilities here, but I kind of want to feel it out. I don't know if this is going to be a cakewalk fight or not. So I think I'm just going to go with the quarterstaff damage. So let me do that real quick. The regular attack is magical bludgeoning. Comes out to 10. And let me roll out the next one. I'm just going to double the die instead of times it by 2, if that's cool.
Yeah, whatever you want to do.
Oh, shit. Comes out to a 16 for the crit. So 26 damage total. And then I think I have an ability that will let me use bonus action as a disengage, And so I will use my bonus action to disengage so I don't occur an attack of opportunity, and I will return to the dock. And that will be my turn.
All right, nice. Good little chunk. Next up is the dragon that you just attacked. So you sprint forward over the water to a look of shock on the dragon's face, as much of a expression as a dragon can give. And you just leap forward and just two thwacks across its jaw, and then punt off of its chest and sprint back towards the dock in your kung fu like monk abilities. And it lets out this deep guttural roar as it looks to you in anger, having been the tiny little thing that lied to him twice and then hit him in the face with a stick 2 more times. And it is going to it's just gonna dive bomb at you. Take 10 feet of movement forward and use its multi-attack. It gets 1 bite and 2 claw attacks. Oh shit. Dropping shit everywhere. Alright, 1 bite, 2 claw attacks. So for the bite first, that is 18 to hit for the bite.
My AC is actually 21.
Alright, so bite misses. But the 2 claws do hit with a 17 and an 18 on the die, plus stuff gets it over 21. So he kind of swoops forward and lunges down at you with its jaws splayed open, and you deftly just duck your head. But then as you come back up, you see its 2 claws swiping down as it batters its wings to stay afloat. See, it is 2d6 plus 4 for each claw attack. 8 plus 12. For 20 points of damage as it rakes its claws across your torso. And then, seeing your small form, it's going to, actually, no. Yeah, it actually will stay right there. After it's tried to bite you, it's growling and still angry as it bites and takes its claw attacks. Next up is Joel. You are the blue stone on the beach. The only difference in the map is that the center dragon has moved forward towards Trix.
Okay. So at this point, they're still in the air, though, right?
Yeah, I mean they're hovering down low because they moved downwards to have this discussion before they went into attack. They appeared to be they're not dumb beasts. They were going to try and communicate before they just went on an all-out brawl because they noticed that you weren't from this area. It's not like the mind flares that they know they need to destroy. So they were hovering around like 5 to 7 feet off the ground.
So let me ask you something. So if that dragon moved up to face Trix, which is the yellow one, right?
Yeah.
Would
okay.
all 3 of them be in a line at least 20 feet? Like at least 20 feet from the ground?
20 feet. What do you mean, like 20 feet from
Like,
you?
would they be within 20 feet in the air? Like, are they, like, from the ground, are they 20 feet?
Yeah, they're all hovering about 5. They're all within melee range of someone who is standing on the surface of the water or the dock. So they're all within like 5 to 7 feet of surface level.
And you
They're
would say that are they in a line, like, adjacent to each other right now?
2 are in a straight line. One is about 5 feet behind the rest.
So, okay.
Let me.
I have
I'll send another map so you can see.
I have a spell where It's a wall, but it can be up to 100 feet long and 20 feet high. Would there be a way that I can angle it to where it would get all three?
20 feet.
It can be 100 feet long and 20 feet high.
And how wide is it? Is it just 5 feet wide?
Let me tell you. I'll tell you right now.
Because the answer depends. Because two of them are, adjacent to each other. They're on the same line, but that one is kind of 5 feet backwards.
It's 100 feet long, 20 feet high, 5 feet thick, or it can be a ringed wall, 60 feet in diameter, 20 feet high, and 5 feet thick. Maybe the ringed wall would be better to get all three.
I would say with the ring wall, you could probably get all three. Yeah. Yeah, if you made it a ring wall, I would let that slide because you could probably. I don't know. It's kind of tough because it's that one on the bottom is in a weird spot for a wall. Or a ring.
What if I put the ringed wall around us? Would I at least be able to get the two on the left?
Yeah, you could absolutely. I just don't think you'll be able to hit the one on the bottom of the screen. But
Okay,
the
so
two
that's what I'll do. I'm gonna
on
put
top,
the
you could
ring.
definitely, whether it's a ring or a straight line, you could definitely hit those two.
Okay, I'm gonna put the ringed wall around us, then kind of circle it around us and hit those two. And what it is it's a 6th-level spell called Blade Barrier. You create a vertical wall of whirling, razor sharp blades made of magical energy. The wall appears in it provides 3/4 cover. When a creature enters the wall for the first time or starts its turn there, the creature must make a dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, the creature takes 6d10 slashing damage. On a successful save, the creature takes half as much.
Okay. You said dexterity save?
Yeah.
All right. And what's your DC?
20.
They both fail.
You made the mistake of saying their dex sucks. Anthony was like, well, I'm firing up a dex-based spell.
37. Damn.
Okay, so right now we got whirling blades surrounded us, 60 feet in diameter, and I positioned it to take 2, and those 2 take 37 points of damage.
All right. So, yes, yeah, 37 points.
I'm gonna end. Let me see. I got something else, but I don't know. You know what? Fuck it. Because the point is, I want them to either have to fight us from the outside or get in the circle with us. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my movement to walk over to Trix, and as a bonus action, I'm gonna heal. I'm gonna like grab his hands, and I'm gonna cast Holy Weapon. So both his hands will start glowing, and I'll tell you exactly what that does. So Trix for Holy Weapon. You imbue a weapon you touch with holy power until the spell ends. The weapon emits 30 feet of dim light, 30 bright light for 30 feet, and a dim light for additional 30 feet. In addition, whenever you make a weapon attack, you deal an extra 2d8 radiant damage on it.
Oh, that's sick. Trix thinks maybe he judged this giant too harshly.
Actually, fuck, I can't do that. Sorry, I just noticed they're both concentrating.
Trix takes it back. Giants are useless.
Yeah, that blade barrier. Hold on. Yeah, it's concentration. So never mind. I can't do that. So I will stay put and end my turn.
So you just walk up and just grab his hands and look deeply into it.
Yeah. You got this, little fella.
Trix is uncomfortable and confused.
All
I'll
right.
fuck
next
you.
is-
No, can I? Would I be able to cast a cantrip as a bonus action?
if it is a bonus action cantrip, you can. Yeah.
It has to say bonus action.
It has to say bonus action.
Some cantrips are bonus actions depending on your class.
Yeah. If it says full
You know what?
action, you just used your full action, so you want to be able to cast it. But if it's a bonus action one, some of them do say bonus action. You can use that.
Okay, you know what? As a bonus action, I'm gonna turn invisible.
Okay. Yeah, is that your using your Furbolg trait?
Yeah, hidden stat. You can turn invisible 6 times. It ends until the start of my next turn.
All right.
And I'll move over a little bit to from where I was at, so like the dragons don't necessarily know where I'm at.
Did you want to move closer to?
I'll move
Andy?
closer to my wall, so that way if they do try to find me, maybe they get nicked by the wall.
I don't mean to be a stickler or anything, but isn't invisibility also a concentration spell?
Well, as a furbolg, it just says as a bonus action you can magically turn invisible.
I think it's because it's
For
a
1 round.
Oh, so it's like a spell-like ability. I get you. I'm
Yeah.
picking up what you're putting down. Sorry, my bad. My inner DM comes out.
You're
So
supposed to
you-
be on my side, Sean.
So closer to the wall, upwards towards the north end of the wall, or
I'll move away from them, so that way if the dragons come in and try to start some shit, I'll be away from them.
Gotcha. So I'll put you, if it's okay with you, so between the gray little square, that's like a set of stairs. So I'll put you between the brazier and the stairs. Is that a good spot?
Sounds good to me.
All right. All right. So next up is Go and Andy.
All right. I am going to. Where did I put that one? I'm going to kind of back up onto land, and while he's walking, Google's going to look at Android and just be like, you know, that other little short guy, he has to be an Apple fan because all he does is talk, 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 and the only bullshit comes out. That's. And then he's going to fire frostbite at the dragon that's top of the screen.
Okay.
And
Do you
for
need
that,
anything?
yeah, it's a Constitution saving throw DC 19.
Alrighty. Constitution. Ooh, passes 17 on the die. He's got plus
Yeah.
stuff. Gets it over. Is there any
All
half
right.
damage for success?
No, it's a cantrip, so it's all or nothing. But so he's just going to just keep talking to Android.
Yes, you fire off this this cold frostbite energy, and you see it start to coalesce around the dragon, and he just fire builds up in his throat, and you can see it emanating like a dark glow from his chest as it just shakes off this the little bit of ice that was starting to form on his body, and he just growls at you. And fate would have it, that is the dragon that is up next. And they have 40 feet in. And this wall is 20 feet high, Joel, you said?
I'm sorry, one more time. My son was talking to me.
No, that's okay. You said the wall was 20 feet high?
Yeah, 20 feet high, 60 feet in diameter since it's a ring, and 5 feet thick. So they can either choose to push through it and take more damage. But I think the ones that are in, do they take damage if they? Yeah, because once they start turning it,
Oh,
they
yeah.
will.
I think if they leave it, they don't take damage. On the start, does it say on the start of their turn? Do they take damage?
It says when they enter it or at the start of their turn.
Okay, so roll me damage because he's starting his turn inside the wall.
Let me double check real quick. When a creature enters the wall for the first time or starts its turn there, the creature must make a dex save. Yeah, so since it's starting its turn there, it'll take damage.
Well,
So,
technically, it wouldn't end up taking damage when you first cast it because it's considered the same round damage.
Well, it does say when a creature enters the wall's area for the first time.
And I remember it happened to Matt Mercer, and his ruling was so.
Well, it's up to you. The wording is when a creature enters the wall's area for the first time on a turn or starts its turn there, the creature must make a dexterity saving throw.
it's kind of vague. It's ambiguous because technically, I mean, entered it for the first time when the wall was created because you created it on them.
I would say that since it's technically the same round, maybe it doesn't make sense for it to take double damage.
That's what I was gonna point out. Like,
Yeah.
if just kind of hearing what it was talking about, it wouldn't make a whole lot of sense for the spell to do damage to them twice in the same round. So it has to be one or the other. It's either
Yeah.
cast upon it, so he could take damage right now and nullify the damage upon entering it, because technically he wouldn't have officially entered the spell even though it was cast on him until his turn. So either way you cut the cake, he's only going to take the damage once.
Yeah.
True.
Like
So we'll just say he started his turn there and took the 37 damage.
yeah. Like I feel like we should have saved that damage roll until the start of their turns. But I mean, either way, it works out fine. Like it's still he took the damage. But yeah, so he's gonna move out of it, moving 10 feet closer towards the beach line. And
He doesn't want to fight his way through to the homicidal gnome inside the wall of dicey sliciness. Come on, man.
no, he's gonna look at the little man that just tried to freeze him, and once again, fire builds up in his jaws, except this time is much more intense than the look he gave you before ago, and pulls back his head and then launches his face forward and just jets out this line of fire towards you. And I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
You talk about go ogle, right? Or are you talking about tricks?
Go, Ogle.
So a 17.
Okay, so you succeed. Still take half damage though.
And my fire shield was set to fire because brass dragons.
Mm-hmm.
So it would half that. And I have shield master feat, which says if I have to make a dexterity saving throw that targets only me and it would result in half, I take 0 damage.
You son of a bitch.
I don't think shield master as a feat gets enough respect on its name.
I
You're-
also took the shield master feat.
because you
I'm
would have
learning so much.
You would have just taken 12d6 damage.
Yep, and so I could just flip them off.
Yeah, so this just giant line of fire just jettisons towards you, and you take out your shield and slam it down on the ground in front of you and just huddle behind it in like that Captain America crouch, and just the waves just wash over you and you completely avoid this this fire breath. Although your hand does get a little hot holding that metal shield, but you are otherwise untouched. And the dragon.
Just for full transparency, would my android have been in the way?
No, this breath weapon is a 5 foot line, or
Alright.
40-foot line, 5 feet wide.
All right, just trying to keep honest.
Yeah, no, yeah. Trust me, I looked at it. I was like, can I get the android too? Let me fuck him up. No. Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, you have sufficiently angered this dragon, but that is his turn. Next up is the third dragon, the one furthest away from you guys and outside of the wall. So he is going to. Man, I didn't think about this. I want to have him fly straight up over the wall, but I don't have anything to prop him up on. Okay, this is just gonna look weird. I'm using my pencil sharpener.
That works.
I don't have fancy see-through tower pieces. Like
You're
all-
telling me you're not on the Matt Mercer level? Then I don't want to be here.
You're not the
Alright.
best to ever do it? Oh, man. Fucking rude. Just teasing, just teasing.
So, no, I took that personally. I'm offended. So this dragon is gonna fly straight up and move over a little bit. So he is looking down over this blade or wall of blades, and he is also gonna do. Shit. Let me roll a check for this guy.
For the record, on my turn when I did that disengage move as a bonus action, it did cost me a key point. Just pointing that out.
Okay, I trust you to mark it down. So this dragon is also going to do a fire breath weapon, launching it towards Andy, and the last known area that it saw Joel, which is kind of sort of still in line with where you are now, Joel. But I'm going to give you advantage on the dexterity saving throw because he technically doesn't know where you are. He's just trying to line it up where his like best guess would be. So I'm going to give you advantage on that dex save. And go if you can roll a dexterity save for Andy. Oh, your android is fucking rolling fire tonight. Jesus Christ. Those perception checks and then a 24 on a dexterity save.
Well, at least one of us is getting some love over here.
Yeah, so he's just gonna take half damage. So he saves. Unless you have something to help, because you're technically only 5 feet away from him.
Nope.
Alright, so
What's happening to Andy?
Andy, he succeeded on the save, but he's still taking half damage, and I need you to roll a dex save with advantage.
Oh, damn, me too.
Yeah, because the dragon is blasting this fire breath weapon in the general direction of where he last saw you and where he thought you might be. So it's kind of still in line with where he was aiming to get Andy. So I'm giving you advantage because he technically doesn't know exactly where you are, but he's still kind of aiming in your general direction. And you succeeded, so you also take half damage. Yeah, either way, succeeded.
Well, I don't know. It doesn't count then, right? Because he's targeting other people. What do you think, Chris? With the Shield Master feat?
It doesn't matter if you save on your dex save. It's just automatic, no damage.
Okay, then. So I take no damage too.
I do believe you have to be the target, though, so... but I don't
No,
know.
if you are subjected to an effect that allows you to make a dexterity saving throw for only half damage, you can use your reaction to take no damage. So it does use your reaction, but because it's you're interposing your shield between yourself and the source of the effect. So he sees it coming and he blocks himself.
Do you
But
have
the
shield?
language, I do have shield mastery.
Oh, then
But
you.
I will
Yeah.
say the language says if you aren't incapacitated, you can take your AC bonus to any dex saving throws make against effects that target only you. And if the effect allows half damage on success, you can use your reaction to take no damage.
It says it's
So, like an area of effect attack or a breath weapon that's a cone instead of a
The
line.
the only one that matters about whether it's targeting only you is
Like a
so you
fireball.
add your AC bonus to any dexterity saving throw. So you would add +2 to your throw. It's not advantage or anything else. It's that third line. That's the only one that matters for this situation.
Yeah, I would just allow it. Like you put the shield between you and protect yourself. So yeah,
I needed to take that feat. I think I'm the only one of us without a shield or that feat.
actually, I'm just gonna roll this in chat because I don't feel like rolling 12d6. $33. So Andy takes 16 damage. Damn, like all 3s and 2s on that. Jesus Christ. All right, so that will be its turn. Next up, top of the round is Trix.
Okay, so I'm surrounded by this fucking slicey dicey wall. And the enemies are on the other side of it. So is this a situation where I can pass through the wall, or should I just avoid the wall altogether?
Avoid. It's knives just flying by. It's not a.
Let me read it real quick. Because I don't know if the spell cares if you're friendly or not.
It's not like the hut or anything. It's just a. It's like you put up fire. You know, fire doesn't know friend from foe.
Yeah, it doesn't really say. It says you get 3/4 cover behind it. It's considered difficult terrain. Oh, that would have been the dragon who started his turn there would have had its movement halved.
He only moved like 10 feet forward anyway.
Yeah, it doesn't really say anything. So I would when a creature enters the wall, yeah, so I would stay away from it.
Okay, so I might have to pull some shenanigans here. So, I was kind of in melee with the dragon in front of me. Is the wall between me and that dragon, I assume, right?
Yes. Yeah, it's kind of like centered on, like the wall is like literally on him. So you are standing directly in front of this wall.
Okay, so I'm standing at the end of this dock with the wall in front of me. To like my immediate, say like right or left, it is water, correct?
Yes. Well, you got the boat to your right and then water to your left.
Okay, so water to my left. So I have a pretty decent amount of movement, and what I also have attuned is the ring of was it the ring of freedom of movement? Basically, difficult terrain does not hinder me or affect my movement speed, so I could technically. This is up to DM discretion. What I want to try to do here is I want to step off the dock and sink into the water. Go down 5 feet. Then I would like to go over, while still underwater, thus avoiding the blades, 5 or 10 feet or so, and then come back up to be standing on the water to make the attack on the dragon.
All right. Um, I would say you could do that, but give me an athletics check to see if you could swim at a high enough velocity to pop out of the water and smack this dragon.
Oh, certainly. Let me double check my athletics real quick. I don't remember. Oh. Let's see.
You are a crazy fucking monk, so it shouldn't be too hard for you.
I know, right? It's an all right. It's all right. Let's see. Well, I don't know. 11.
I'll say because it's not too high up. I'll say, are you making a multi-attack?
Yeah, so essentially, with the 55 feet of movement and the water not actually affecting how much movement I can take at a time, I figure with his a speed like ability to kind of stand on the water, maybe from underwater I just start kicking my feet really fast, so it propels me upward, at least to hopefully become level with the top of the water, maybe for a second or two before maybe not propelling me up and outward as I desired. But
Yeah, I would say with an 11 on the athletics check, you're not able to get enough speed to like pop out and like get on top of the water with your weird monk feats. But I will let you like pop out enough where you can like kind of get 2 hits off, but then you're kind of like back in the water. So like next round, you can either continue swimming away, or next round you're gonna have to try and jump out onto the water again and run off. So
okay.
you're not on top of the water, but I will let you like pop out enough where you can just make your 2 attacks unhindered. Hit.
So I got a natural 20 and then a 28 to hit.
You got 2 nat 20s already. Yeah, both hit.
So that's 19 damage for the crit. And let's see. Uh, 8 damage for just the regular attack.
All right. So that is 27.
And so, as a bonus action in this moment, while I'm landing a couple of blows, would I be able to utilize my bonus attack, which is the flurry of blows feature, and add a couple more attacks before I splash down into the water?
Yeah, sure. Yep, that hits. Also hits.
You gotta be fucking kidding me! So another natural 20, along with a total of 30.
3 nat 20s and 6 rolls. You were rolling 50-50 nat 20s.
I'm rolling above the board, man. Avery just loves me. So the crit is 12. And the regular hit is 10. And as one of the features of the monk, when I hit something with my flurry of blows, I can impose a check. And so for the purposes of this dragon, I would like to impose a strength check as I try to move it backwards. I think it said 15 feet. So
You're right there. How do you want to do this?
I want to baseball swing my staff as I'm landing several blows rapidly as I burst from the water. I want the final blow to send the dragon's carcass sailing into the blade wall and just eviscerate him and tear him to nothing but lumps of gore.
Yeah, as you just, he's growling at you, and you just say nope, and you hop off the dock, sink down, swim around, leap up into the air behind him, punch him a few times in the taint, and he just launches back through the blade wall, and he just gets sliced to ribbons, and just with a loud splash, crashes into the water and slowly sinks down until he disappears in a cloud of red blood. Yeah, you destroyed that dragon.
Excellent.
So if he got eviscerated by my blades, with the viscera and gore go into the circle, potentially covering me and Guagle with blood.
I would say you guys are like kind of far enough away that you're not getting blood splatter right now.
Somehow invisible, just a red. Just that's funny.
But as you do say that, it is now your turn, and you pop back into existence as your invisibility fades. What would you like to do?
Have any of the other dragons been hit?
The one that first attacked Gulagol that is closest to you has been hit. He's not looking rough or anything like that, but he's definitely been took a hit or two.
I'm having a lot of fun being a level 20 and having these insane spells that I've never even heard of. So, since I'm having so much fun, and I might fucking regret it later, but fuck it. I am going to cast another 6th level spell. My last 6th level. I'm going to cast Harm on the one that was hurt.
I've heard of that. What did that do again? I can't remember. I know it's
You unleash a virulent disease on a creature that you can see within range, 60 feet. The target must make a con saving throw. On a failed save, it takes 14d6 necrotic damage, or half as much on a successful save. The damage can't reduce the hit below 1. If the target fails the save and throw, its hit point maximum is reduced for 1 hour by the amount equal to the necrotic damage it took. Any effect that removes the disease allows the creature's hit point maximum to return to normal before that time passes.
okay.
And it is not it's not a concentration.
All right. So Constitution saving throw.
Yeah, DC 20.
That is a failure. So 14d6. Yeah, Jesus.
There's a lot of ones in there. Well, there's 3 6s and 3 1s, so it kind of evens out.
All right.
So I like to imagine it. You'll just see like Joel reach his hand out, and you'll just see like just necrotic energy, just blackness start covering the dragon's throat and stomach, and you see him like visibly like wheeze and start reacting to that damage, and his hit points is lowered by 48 for 1 hour.
That's damage and his max hit points are lowered, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, so you just reach out your hand and then just this black death just spreads through his body. You can see his veins like blacken through the scales, like this weird radiant necrotic energy just pulsating through the scales even. And you see him kind of like falter and his wings stop flapping as he just drops down onto the shore, and he's now like standing there like gagging, and black ichor is leaking out of like the side of his mouth. And yeah, he's looking pretty rough. Is there anything else you want to do with your turn?
No, I'm
He
gonna
lived?
stay put.
Damn.
All right.
Yeah, that'll
you
be
did.
my turn.
All right. Go Ogle. You just
Actually,
saw
would you allow me to retcon something just flavor wise? I had a reaction that I could have used and I totally spaced on it because they killed a dragon. Um, at level 17 as a grave cleric, I have a feature called Keeper of Souls. So basically, let me get it. When an enemy you can see dies within 60 feet, you or one creature of choice regains HP equal to the enemy's number of hit dice. You can use this feature once per turn. Would you allow me to just like suck, like just for flavor, just kind of suck its soul out and kind of push it towards Tricks?
yeah, sure. How much?
So he will
Uh,
regain HP equal to the enemy's number of hit dice. So I guess whatever their hit dice is, he gets that back.
So yeah, whatever the level of the dead enemy dragon was, probably.
the hit die is like one hit die or the total hit die for the.
The equal to the enemy's number of hit dice. I guess
Right.
total.
So like if their hit dice is like 10d20, it would just be 10 dice total. So it would be 10 total hit points.
Yeah, so you get a 13 HP back.
Excellent. I needed it. Thank you there, Giant. Tricks
So
will
just-
remember this.
Just flavor wise, as the dragon like falls out of the sky, you just see Joel reach his hands out and you just see the just black and green what seems to be like a smoky soul-like substance just start retracting to his hands until he forms it into a little ball and then just kind of kamehamehas it towards Tricks. And you just hit with vitality and life. And Joel would say, when one life ends, it allows another to begin. I don't know why I'm using Logos's accent, but yeah, so that's pretty cool.
Very nice. Way to help me sponge that damage.
All right. Yeah. Next up is Go Ogle. Send updated map. The one dragon dead. One is kind of dropped down onto the beach, and one is still floating 20 feet in the air, about 25 feet away from you, 20 feet in the air. What would you like to do, sir?
All right, so the one nearest to me is on the beach now, correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
a little blurry.
And it's fine. And he's inside the ring.
Yeah, he moved inside the ring, and the one floating higher up in the air, is outside of the ring and above it.
All right, then I'm going to charge him and take some swipes at him.
All right. You rush forward pull out your weapon of choice and take some attacks. Uh.
22 on the first one.
That hits.
And is it low enough to where I should just roll out damage, or would it have enough for a second hit?
What are you attacking with?
A battle axe, so it's 1d8 plus 8. So minimum 9.
Yeah, I mean it's looking low, but maybe not like one swipe low.
Alright, then I'm going to just roll out my second attack. And that's going to be a 25 to hit.
That also hits. Roll me damage for that first attack.
8. 15.
Okay, that's actually. I didn't think you were gonna roll nearly max. So that's exactly what you needed. So I'll let you save that second attack if you want to use that action.
Well,
for
it would have to be another melee attack, so.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah. How do you want to do this? You take out this dragon standing before you, bleeding and coughing up black ichor.
He just goes charging up with his battle axe and leaps on top of it, smashing him in the head.
Yes, as you just scream and just jump on it, just start whacking it down with your battle axe just to the skull multiple times. It twitches a few times as you continue to rage quit on this dragon until you realize that it is dead and no longer moving.
And as a bonus action, I'll spit on it. Yeah, I can spit stuff out of my mouth too. And then my turn.
All right. Next up is the dragon. The last dragon. It is going to fly closer to the beach, but still stay 20 feet in the air. Oh shit, it fell. No, it's dead. Man. And just look down at the group of you. You killed my brothers. What do you want with Timpani? Why? Are you just here to lay ruin to us? To her order? And that's all it's gonna do. It's just gonna hover above you and stare down at you. Its voice laced with anger and pain as it just watched its you've now only discovered that it's a two brothers gets slain by you. So we're back at the top of the round. Tricks.
So, I guess I'd still kind of be swimming in the water. I don't know.
Yeah,
What's the party think? Should we try to grapple this dude and bring him in, or is it worth dialogue, or should we just, send him to the big boneyard?
Well,
Well,
any creature that leaves here alive is just a warning that may, that tell Tempara that we are coming. And I think that we just genuinely can't afford to let him go because he will just go and squeal to the next person.
I mean, he wanted this fight. I was happy to just keep going.
That is true. And while I do apologize about your brothers, I must insist that it was y'all who were looking for this fight and not us. We were just passing on by when we were accosted by you three. We were merely defending ourselves.
It just kind of growls down at you, and well, we owed servitude to her, but I believe my brother's lives are debt paid enough. It will no longer take place in this senseless violence. And then it just swoops off, full speed dash off through the cavern, growling and wailing as it spouts out jets of flame as it makes its way off to where you do not know. So you all stand there.
Gorgle's going to take 3 minutes to cast Mending on his android to heal him up.
All right.
I will make my way out of the water. Wait, if I'm in the water swimming around, can I make a perception check and see if I can't see anything like what's in and around this lake? Are there critters in here or some kind of like blind cave fish or something?
Yeah, give me a perception check.
Man, I'm hot on the 20s. That's another nat 20 for 25.
Yes, you don't see any creatures swimming in the lake. You do notice that the glow that you've been seeing that kind of brightens this cavern. I guess there are technically some creatures, but it comes from, you see this bioluminescent algae kind of just floating throughout the water. Looks fairly harmless. It's not like surrounding you and like trying to latch onto you or anything, but it's just this floating algae that just glows this brilliant, beautiful blue color as it just floats through the water. But other than that, I mean, you see the dead dragon floating off about, not too far from you. But yeah, don't see much else.
Okay, I make my way back to the beach and wring out my very modest clothing and my gnomish beard and kind of wait for the party, I guess.
Is there anything else anyone else want to do?
I was gonna ask your ruling on something because I see different interpretations by it. But so as the cleric, you can cast divine intervention, right?
Mm-hmm.
And at 20th level, it succeeds automatically. There's no roll required. And I was gonna ask if I can use it to get my spell slot back. To avoid a long rest type issue. As it says, as an action, you can request your deity's aid. If successful, you can't use this again for 7 days. Your deity intervenes. Your DM chooses the nature of the intervention. At 20th level, your request succeeds automatically, no roll required.
I think it would still be up to him, like how the deity interacts, but it could potentially refill your spell slots or whatever the DM sees fit. But that's a fucking I had no idea it auto fucking worked at level 20. That's badass.
I didn't know that either.
Hey Jesus, you got this? Cool. I'm gonna take a break.
Yeah, because the reason I'm because I would have had to because I'm missing both 6 and a 5th That's a lot. So I was gonna ask if I could use that to get it back, or if we're gonna. Because I don't know if this is an issue where we're gonna be able to take a long rest at some point. If we were, then I probably wouldn't use it. But I know you said that the Chrono Magic wasn't. It was kind of we were kind of on the time crunch. So if I can, I would use it to avoid the long rest.
I would allow you.
I'd
So
be
you,
I'd be happy with 1/6 and the fifth. If 2/6 and a fifth is too much.
I'll have you. Why don't you? Because it auto succeeds. Roll me a religion check, and I'll base the level of intervention off of that.
Deny my love. Mediocre.
All right, I'll let you take with the 10. I'll let you take one spell slot, any of your choice. I mean, you're probably gonna obviously pick a 6, but I'll let you get one back with a 10, just because it's asking for a very specific thing, like a spell slot. It's not just like, hey, where's this big baddie, or any assistance you can give on that.
That might have been a better use, to be honest.
I mean, your 6th level spell slots for a level 20 cleric is pretty good thing to have. So you got one back.
Yeah. All right. Sounds cool to me.
Alrighty. So you guys are now chilling on the beach with a couple dead dragons. You got the 2 braziers behind you, leading up to a set of stairs with these big, large oak wooden doors closed in front of, sealing it off. This appears to be the only way out of this cavern other than the teleportation circle that you came in on.
Let's make our way up towards these stairs. And get close. About 30 feet. I'll stop them. Let me use a mage hand just in case. And then I'll use mage hand to try and open the door.
All right. They're pretty large doors, so I'd say, I mean, mage hand can hold up to 10 pounds. So I'd say, like, your mage hand kind of like you focus and you push it forward, and it kind of like you hear like as it like creaks the door open like an inch or two, and then it just fizzles and just is not able to budge it any further. These are pretty hefty doors.
All right, then I'll just look over at Andy. Well, go on. And he'll send Andy up to open up a door.
It's Andy walks forward, pushes one of the doors the remainder of the way open, and nothing happens. He looks back at you and just kind of shrugs and beeps a couple times and stands there waiting.
All right, let's go.
Yeah, make our way down this hall. Can I before we like just tear off running? What can we make like maybe a perception check? Like, is this a long dark hallway? Is there like a light at the end of a tunnel? Are we entering a room? What's going on the other side of this door before we go balls deep in there?
Yeah, if you want to kind of quietly walk up, anyone who wants to can make a stealth and perception check to like look through the the crack in the door that Andy has pushed open.
21 on perception for Gogol.
23 for Tricks.
All right, so as you all kind of like stand over. I mean, you guys are kind of the perfect variation of height, actually. You got a gnome. Are you a human participator?
No, I'm a regular.
Oh,
I'm a rock gnome,
Oh yeah,
and
you're
he's
no.
an underdeep.
Yeah, so you guys are both kind of like huddled, like one of you on the tippy toes behind him, looking over, and then there's just Joel standing behind you, like 7 feet tall, looking no problem. Um, um, and as you kind of like peer into the room, you see what appears to be this large cathedral-looking room with high ceilings, um, thick pillars of gray stone, holding up these like varying throughout the room, and then these wooden pews that are on either side of an aisle that runs up to this large altar carved out of like pure this dark gray stone, um, behind which stands a beautiful statue of an angelic woman. Smaller doors leading off to the left and the right of the room, and then you see what appears to be a small staircase towards like the very back wall behind the altar that looks like it might lead downwards. Kind of hard to tell from here. But again, kind of like the room that you first appeared in, there you can see signs of violence throughout the entire cathedral. There are blood splatters all across the floor and the walls. Many of the pews are knocked askew, like they're not set up evenly. They're all like knocked over. Some are tipped over on their side. There's one that's just shattered down the middle. Just obvious signs of some sort of altercation. And towards sitting, actually right in front of the large stone altar, you see a male elf, all robed in white, with the bloody bandage kind of pulled tight, kind of over his eyes, just covering his eyes and wrapped around behind his head. It is stained with blood as well. And then standing around that elf is 3 other figures that look somewhat like. Sorry, I keep forgetting his name. Amzel, the first angel that you met upon being transported here. But they're not as tall. They appear to be lesser in stature and probably not as powerful, but they are angelic nonetheless. Still strong, muscular bodies. They have wings sprouting out of their shoulder blades, same as he did, just not as quite as large in stature. That's about all you can see from here.
So there are definitely more of these like celestial type beings than like kind of like the one that brought us here in the first place.
Yes.
I don't know that I don't know. Is this like something we could potentially sneak by, or do they notice us, or like? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if diplomacy's still in. I personally, Trix would just love to come in swinging. Trix says we don't say nothing to nobody. We just go in there busting some ass. We take a surprise on them. Shoot first, ask questions later. Trix thinks maybe we get lucky. Maybe one of them is who we're supposed to kill in the first place.
I'm sending a picture now of what you guys can see. Um, doesn't, from what you can tell, doesn't appear like there's many ways to sneak around this. The doors to the left and right of the room of the cathedral, they are, you'd have to pass by the viewpoint, the point of view from the figures, and there's not much between you other than these church pews. So, short of all of you being literally invisible, there's probably not much you can do to sneak by them. But they haven't noticed you yet. So you are kind of just like peeking through the door, and they seem to be having like a quiet conversation.
Um, good night. And you said that they look similar to the guy that brought us here? Are they wearing like the same colors, same robes?
Yes. So the gray token is the male elf who is wearing tattered white robes with the bloody bandage across his eyes. And then the three white tokens are the celestial looking beings. They're similar in form to Amzale that brought you here, but they're not quite as like large in stature. Like he was standing like 10 to 12 feet tall. These three are like kind of like normal, like humanoid height, like, 5, 6, 6.5 feet tall.
Okay, so he said that she was as big as he was, right? He told me she was a giant too, correct?
Yes, he did. He explained that like she was of similar, if not greater, um, station that he was. So you get the sense that they would be on the similar, power level as well as probably stature.
So if these guys aren't our actual target, uh, would I be able to gauge by looking around? Should we be going through the doors? Should we be using the stairwell? Do I get like a sense of maybe where Boss Lady would be?
It would be hard to tell.
There's no like red carpet or signs leading one direction or anything.
No, there's no this way to evil angel leader signs. No, I mean, from what you can tell from like standing outside of the stairwell, like it does appear like this wall stretches wider than the room that you were currently seeing. So you can surmise that there are rooms on either side of this main cathedral, but um, short of that, there's not really much to go on to give you a sense of where you need to go.
Okay, and the stairs are leading upward or downward?
They appear to be leading downwards.
Well, the question, Trix, do we think these are friend or foe? Because if they're foes, I could just trap them in that blade barrier right now and they can't get out.
Well, what if they're not so tough? Well, I mean, why burn a spell slot? Trix thinks maybe if we don't have to deal with them, maybe we don't need to. And I'm gonna spend 4 key points to turn myself invisible. And using my monk's swift abilities, I believe in, say, a round, I could potentially move along the outer wall to the, I'd say go in and take a hard right, and I would be able to move along the outer wall with 110 feet of movement. I would be able to take like a dead sprint for that somewhere in the corner. I don't know. I haven't really decided whether it be the door or the stairwell. But technically, with my monk-like abilities, I could be invisible and moving swiftly and not really on the floor. I'd say like turn invisible and take off running along the wall so that I'm even potentially less detectable and kind of, stealthily but swiftly make my way towards that upper right corner to kind of peek around.
Okay, so you want to go towards the stairs?
Correct, but I want to wall run towards the stairs while invisible.
Okay. So you want to literally run on the walls?
Yeah, correct. And are these by chance stone walls that I'm running across?
It is made of stone, and you do have that what is it, unhindered movement or whatever?
Correct. And also my the monk-like movement allows me to traverse vertical surfaces without problem. Same ability to the walks on water.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I will have you roll a stealth check though if you're trying to do this quietly, but other than that, yeah, your crazy monk shit can do this no problem.
Okay, so I was asking about the wall specifically because, well, I guess not. It says rocky terrain. I assume this is not the wall does not count as rocky terrain.
No, this is like clean cut stone formed into, a building, so it's not really rocky terrain.
Shit. So that's a 9 on stealth as I invisibly run across the wall towards the corner.
Actually, oh wait, no, you're invisible. I'll give you advantage. I forgot you're invisible.
I was trying to think of any way to give myself advantage in this situation. The fact that I am invisible never even crossed my mind. What the fuck? 17, I guess?
All right. So that's much better.
Ish. Light. Much better light.
Yeah. So so as you kind of turn invisible, you just, quiet down, focus your key, and you just fade into the shadows. You take a running sprint, moving across this wall. But as you move, there's one tiny little ledge that possibly maybe held a sconce or a torch, and you step on it, and just a tiny little piece of it breaks off and clatters down to the floor, and you move across regardless, and you make your way. You land right next to the stairwell, but you did set off the internal alarms of the three celestial looking beings as their heads snap towards. They don't know exactly where you are, but they are on alert now because they did hear something in an otherwise quiet room. So everyone else, what would you guys like to do? You guys kind of just witnessed this. Your tiny little monk friends disappeared, and then you heard a tiny little click, click, click of a stone clattering across the ground, and then the Celestials whipping their heads around and kind of looking around, trying to find where it came from. And Trix, you are now standing right by that. That's like the top of the stairwell leading downwards.
I guess I'll turn invisible as well. I'll move into the room a little bit, and I'm going to cast Thaumaturgy, and I'm going to try to put it into the opposite room for where Trix is at.
Okay, so like that opposite doorway to the left side.
Yeah, I want it to be like it's coming from inside that room over there.
Okay.
Create an instantaneous sound that originates from a point of your choice, such as a rumble of thunder, cry of a raven, or ominous whispers. I guess I'll go for ominous whispers.
Oh yeah. So as you take a step into the room, um, you wave your hands around and quietly mutter the arcane words to cast this spell. An ominous cacophony of whispers emanates from the doorway opposite of Trix, and all four figures turn back around, suddenly hearing this. And the one on the right side that was closest to Trix moves forward and stands right next to the gray token, the elf, the bandaged elf figure, and puts up a defensive position near him. And the other two celestials take, about 10 feet closer movement towards that doorway. Kind of creeping up and trying to hesitantly look through and have their weapons at the ready. Dolago, are you doing anything?
He takes a look over at Andy, kind of rolls his eyes a little, and is going to try to sneak around that outer wall while they're looking the other way.
All right, roll me a stealth check for both of you.
Would it be with advantage since they're distracted right now?
Yes, but there's not really much blocking them, two of them, from line of sight with the doorway, so
Straight roll.
straight roll.
All right, I got a 21. And Andy. $14.
Okay. Joel, I'm gonna have you roll a stealth check to at advantage. Should have done it before, but at advantage because you're invisible.
It's going to be a straight roll because I have disadvantage because I'm wearing heavy armor. Wait, am I or did I change it? You know what I should have done is just take a +2 shield instead of wearing fucking chainmail. Make no damn sense. Not bad. 18.
Nice. Okay. Did you just stay right inside the doorway, or were you moving somewhere else?
I moved in a little bit because that thaumaturgy only has 30 feet. So I would have moved to where I can be in range with that doorway. I only have 20 feet of movement as a furball, which is garbage. I didn't even know furballs had that low movement. I guess I would. Yeah,
You said
only 20 feet.
like 20, 20?
Yeah, I've never seen anything that low.
I don't think that's right. Gnomes and halflings have 25. There's no way a 7-foot furbolg has 20 feet of movement.
Oh no, you're a large creature, bud. You should be looking at 35. I think 30 at the least for just being a medium
30,
or larger.
I'm
30
pretty sure.
according to Wikidot.
Yeah, I don't think 20 is right.
I don't know why the hell it says. Literally says furbolg. I haven't fucked with the walking speed, and it just says 20 feet.
Yeah,
On
no,
what?
Go with 30.
You never told us that you were a very very obese furball.
I was a very rich grand high priest. Okay, so 30 feet then. I just changed it. I'll go back and look at that, but so I would have moved in to get in within range to cast that and distract everyone. And then if I had some movement left over, I would have moved towards Trix.
All right, so you have like 10. You had to get. You moved 20 feet. You had to move 20 feet to get in range to cast a thaumaturgy, and then you had 10 feet of movement back. So I moved you 10 feet closer to Trix, and then go Ogle. You start creeping creeping through the room, and you get a good distance quietly. But as Andy starts following up behind you, you might have forgotten to oil his joints or something of the sort, because there's just like as he bends his leg forward to take a creeping step, and he just stops and looks at you, and then looks at the angels and the elf, and everyone just turns and notices the two of you. Joel and Trix, you both are still hidden, but Go Ogle and Andy have for sure been noticed. Nobody makes any hostile movements yet. I'm gonna pick.
Can I insight this little squad we're looking at? Are these enemies, or are these like potentially like hostages or something? What's the deal with these guys?
So as they notice, Goagle and Andy, the Celestials kind of lean in, or the one next to the elf leans in and whispers to the elf, and then he kind of chuckles softly, and then he just says, directed towards Goagle, "Well, I suppose that the dragons have not performed as expected. My name is Shino. Where have you come from, and why are you here? Clearly did not just stumble across this hidden temple by accident. So do not lie to me."
Yeah, I gotta ask to talk to some lady, Tabitha, Tampa Bay, Tanya, Ventura. Yeah, her.
And why do you need to speak to Tempani? I can assure you I have not heard any plans for her to have any visitors whatsoever. And yet here you are, saying you need to speak words with her.
Yeah, I don't know. Some guy asked me to come down here and talk to her. I didn't even know about this damn place. I don't know about you. I just got told to talk to her for some reason.
The moment you make reference to some guy sending you down here, his whole demeanor just changes. His brow furrows, and he gets a frown across his face. Some celestial angel man sent you down here to speak with her. Well,
Yeah.
you are a fool to oppose her and align yourself with that man. Her plan is the only way to protect this plane of existence from the far realms. If only you understood the horrors of this place as well as we do, you would agree. Now, Are you going to stop her plans, as this man wanted you to? Or are you going to
I
turn around
don't.
and leave and survive?
Well, I don't know her plans. If I could talk to her and know her plans, I could make an informed decision. Thank you very much.
Hmm.
If he insinuated that he was going to attack Go'oggle, I think through the conversation, I could kind of gauge that they are working for her or aligned with her for some reason or another. So, I guess I'm just holding my action at this point for anything aggressive from the lot of them, and I'm going to just tee off on the first one I can creep up on.
Yeah, same here. I'll hold a
Okay.
spell attack.
Alright, so you want to hold a spell attack for any hostile action. Tricks, are you holding a melee attack?
So essentially, yeah, I guess I couldn't really hold. I can hold a standard action, correct?
Yeah. So if you want to hold like a ranged attack, you could do that. Or if you want to hold a melee attack, you'd have to kind of sneak up on one of them and hold that standard action to thwack them.
Okay, I want to um, go stand on the uh, broken like pew there, or I want to stand on the pew that is closest to this angel guy, so I can get like a better height on him.
Okay. All right, give me a stealth check.
With advantage because I'm invisible?
Yes. Yeah. And they're a little distracted talking to Gowoggle. Oh yeah, you are quieter than a breeze. You stealthily just creep up while they're having this conversation. The wood doesn't even make a creaking sound as you step onto it and position yourself on this pew, uh, right next to this um, angelic being. And actually, roll me a perception check as you're getting closer to this uh, thing. Oh yeah. So, unlike Amzel, who looked like this divine, radiant, powerful being, these, while they definitely appear to be the same, you know, race or species, what have you, they look different. They look slightly more gaunt in the face, like their eyes are sunken, um, deep bags underneath their pale eyes. Their wings don't look like full and angelic. Like they almost look like tattered and like half dead. Um, and then their veins are very dark and almost like black or a dark gray against their pale skin or underneath their pale skin. And they have this like mad maniacal just look in their eyes, and these are very much, while similar, very different from the figure that you met when you first entered into this realm.
I think, yeah, seeing that these are clearly the kind of corrupted things the first guy was talking about, and not feeling bad because they're kind of bigger than me, I think I'm gonna just straight tee off on this dude that's next to the elf.
Okay. All right, so yeah.
So I do 2
Roll me an
regular
attack.
attacks with my quarterstaff. Let's see how many critical hits I can get here. Okay, I just want you guys to know. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but I'm killing the game. That is, I even called it. So I mean, that should be like prophecy damage too. I don't know. 21 to follow a crit. Does that hit?
Yeah. Wait. Yes. Sorry, I got distracted because you're still fucking rolling 50-50 for nat 20s.
Call me Tricks, Matrix.
All right, so roll me damage for both of those.
This fucking guy.
So that's 22 damage for the crit, and 7 damage for the regular attack. But I would like to follow that up with a bonus action Flurry of Blows, which is 2 additional attacks.
All right, roll me 2 more attacks. Just sock this guy in the jaw 4 times in a matter of seconds.
The first one is a 24 to hit.
Let's see if you get another nat 20. Keep the 50-50 going.
No, not quite. A couple 12s back to back. So 2 24s.
Right. Yeah, those both hit. Roll me damage.
Okay, and alongside the damage, I would like to impose a dexterity saving throw upon this guy to knock him prone. So if he fails, he goes prone as well.
Alright, so you got 29 damage plus 7, it's 36. Plus 14 is 50? 50 damage?
Yeah, so an additional 7 and an additional 14 for. So the Flurry of Blows attack comes out to an additional 21 points of magic bludgeoning damage.
Yeah, you did 50 points of damage in 6 seconds. Alright, so dexterity
The guy
saving.
still alive?
Yeah, the dexterity save is DC 19, and if he fails, he is now knocked prone as well.
That is a failure, so he is also knocked prone.
All right, well, I will unleash my spell attack that I was holding now on that same guy. And the spell is going to be Toll the Dead. And I'm going to need a Wisdom 20 saving throw.
Alright. That saves.
That saves?
Yeah, 17 on the die, plus stuff. Plus 8.
I think it just nothing happens because it was only a cantrip.
Gotcha. Alright, well, yeah, so Trix, you creep up over from the corner onto this pew, and you're now standing you're pretty much face to face with Angel now. You suddenly know what it feels like to not be a short person. As you stare into this guy's eyes as they're glaring at Goagle, and the elf is having a conversation with him, and you hear the elf go off about the glory of Tempani, and you just wail into this motherfucker. He just has no idea it's coming, and you just hit him 4 times across the face, and he just drops to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Still alive, but you fucked him up. And I need everyone to roll initiative. All the angels kind of whip around as they notice this fucking guy, their friends, just drop to the ground. Also, does your invisibility end when you make any hostile action?
Oh, for sure. So, and also I rolled a 1 on initiative. Comes out to a 6.
Jesus. Alright, so Google rolls a 21. You got 6 on tricks. 7 on roll. Oof, these rolls. Alright, so I got 3 Davids. What is? Oh no, Andy goes on your turn. Your dex is +2, Google.
Correct.
Okay, so first. So I need to roll for what's his fucking face. That's not good. Okay. Sorry guys, I got mixed up.
No worries. No worries.
So okay, alrighty. The first up is the angel, the celestial, furthest away from you guys. They are going to probably go straight for tricks because they just saw him drop their friend like a fucking nobody's business. Well, I thought it was trick for that. Yeah, that passes. Okay. Then so this guy sprints over to you, leaps over the altar, succeeded on an athletics check to leap over altar. And then they're gonna take 2 attacks at you, pulling a large iron mace out from like a strap behind their back. Tricks, that is an 11 for the first attack, which I'm assuming is going to miss,
Oh, for sure.
and then a 27 for the second.
Let me double check. Oh yeah, that hits for sure.
All right. So that is a d6 plus 4. Oh, that's not great. So you take 5 bludgeoning damage, but you do notice as you know your heightened monk senses, you turn to look as this iron mace is flinging through the air to swing at you, and you just see this black and purple crackling energy surrounding it as it slams into you, and this energy bursts across your chest. So you take the 5 bludgeoning, as well as, are you fucking kidding me? Shitty rolls. It's 10 damage on top of that. So you take 15 damage total, 5 bludgeoning, and 10 psychic damage as a burst of psychic energy radiates from your chest as the mace makes contact, and you feel this just piercing pain in your head. That is its turn. Next
Okay,
up,
I got a quick question for you, DM. So,
Yes.
when I spend my 4 key points to become invisible. I also gain resistance to all damage but force damage for 1 minute. Would you say that that 1 minute is still in the time frame from when I turned invisible?
I would say this is like you're reaching the very end of it. Like this round is probably gonna be the very end of that.
Okay.
So I'll let you take the resistance on this round, but next round I think it would kind of fizzle out.
Okay, sounds good. So should I round up or down?
Down. So it was 15 damage versus 7.
Okay, sounds good. All right, thanks.
Yeah, no problem. All right, next up is Go. Go Ogle. Did I send a picture of the map yet? I did not. I don't think I did. No, let me do that. Sending.
Right? He's gonna look over at Mandy and let's go. And charge up his full 25, trying to get towards the planar and elf in the middle, which I know I won't get there this round.
Yeah, you can kind of reach like you're about 15 feet away, standing in the main aisle between the pews.
That's fine. And then for my action, I'm going to cast Firebolt at the planar next to the elf.
Alright. Is that a dex save or a spell attack?
That one is a spell attack.
Okay.
Opened up my watermelon dice. I'm going to actually use them.
Ooh,
22 to hit.
that hits.
And 17th level, that's 4d10 of fire damage.
Dang. 40-10. Alright.
Do server for that. Really, Avery? Really?
You rolled 4 3s.
Oh, bitch. So 12 points fire damage, and if there's anything nearby that's flammable, it catches fire.
Does that include?
Oh no, it's only an object if I hit it with. So nope, just the 12 damage.
Okay, 12 damage to the one next to the elf.
And then me telling Andy to come on was my bonus action. So he's going to move 30 feet up to the same planar.
Oh yeah, so he's
Or 40 feet.
Oh, 40 feet.
Yes.
So he can get within melee range of that planar.
Yes, that's what I want him to do.
Alright, yeah. Yeah, so he's standing right in front of them. Is there anything else you want to do on your turn?
He follows directly after me, so after he moves, he's going to take a melee weapon attack.
Okay. Yeah, roll me attack roll.
Okay, that's my spell modifier to hit. So 13 to hit.
That does not hit, unfortunately.
Yeah, I didn't think so. But that completes my whole turn.
Next up is the one you just attacked, actually. So seeing the immediate danger in front of him and his elf friend next to him, he's going to attack Andy. Um, let's see. Yeah, he would attack him. Okay. Yeah, so 2 melee attacks against Andy. Does a 19 and a 26 hit?
Yes, they both do.
All right. So that's 1d6. Is he resistant or immune to psychic damage?
No, he's immune to poison damage, but he can't be charmed.
Okay, gotcha.
I'm surprised he's not immune to psychic as a construct.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's why I asked.
Well, I'm sure if it was a normal monster or something, it would be, but
Yeah. All right, so that is 11 bludgeoning damage and oh man, 5, 7, 14. That's not good for Andy. 47 damage total, 11 bludgeoning, and 36 psychic damage. As
got
this
it.
angel takes 2 swipes across, clanging across his chest with his mace. That is going to be his turn. He's going to stay right there and protect, form a defensive stance in front of the elf. And next up is Joel. I'll send an updated picture of the map.
I'm gonna try to same thing. Wisdom 20 on that hurt one.
You know what?
Same thing. Wisdom save on the hurt one.
Told the Dead?
Yeah.
Okay. The one in front of Andy or the one next to the ultra that attacked Trix?
The last one that Trix attacked, the one that got knocked prone.
Okay, gotcha. Oh, wait. Andy should have had advantage on that attack because I forgot he was prone. So go, Og, if you want to roll and see if he hits.
That would be a 21 to hit.
That would hit. So give me some damage for his attack. We'll retcon that.
Yeah, D8, so 4 plus 5, 7. Yeah. So 10 force damage. And then I'm going to drop an arcane jolt into that, which deals an additional 2d6 force damage. 6 and a 5 for 11 more. Or no, it's 4d6. So 11, 17, 21 and additional force damage.
So what's the total?
32 force damage total.
Yeah. Yeah, so rewind real quick. As Andy hits him hard square in the chest and just sends this extra force energy through his body, he takes a massive hit, and his return strikes against Andy that he were pretty heavy, but you could tell from the look on his face that they were made out of desperation as he's looking real hurt. Like those were just like fight or flight survival mode, desperately swinging his arms trying to get this robotic figure away from him. But now we'll go back to Joel.
So he's still alive?
He is. He's looking real rough, but he's still standing.
All right. Give me a wisdom 20 save.
All right. That's a natural 20 on that one.
Son of a bitch. Hold on. Yeah. Do I have a bonus action attack? Mm-mm. This asshole. That's my turn.
Trick zero.
Perfect. So there's a dude on the ground prone next to me, correct? And he's looking rough, right?
Yep.
Well, wouldn't he have got up on his turn? Or a different guy?
Yeah, no, yeah, he got up. He was prone, but he got up on his turn. It's the one that Andy attacked. So he got up to take some swipes at Andy.
Okay.
He's
okay. So I will take another attack on that same guy, I suppose, and I will try to. Well, I guess let's see here. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go burn a key point and do my usual flurry of blows. So let's see here. We'll start with the. Does a 15 hit?
it doesn't hit.
Bummer. All right. How about a 30?
30 definitely is.
All right, great. Let me roll out that damage.
How do you want to do this?
Oh, nice. Fucking coup de grace style. I want to
He's got-
twirl the staff around and bash him right upside the dome. And, from potentially him not looking at me, more worried at Andy, I just kind of make my way behind him and give him a good solid thwack to the back of the head to drop him. And I want to spend that key point. Let me check that out. To make 2 attacks at the nearest celestial angel guy, aside from him.
The next one is the one that ran up and attacked you, or tried to attack you.
Okay, I'll take a couple shots at him.
$31 for sure hits.
Okay, so it's 31 and 29 both hit, I assume.
Yes.
Okay, so the first attack would be 7 damage, and the second would be 11.
Alright, so 18 total.
And along with this flurry of blows technique, I will burn no. It says whenever you hit with one of your flurry of blows attacks, you can impose one of the following effects: fall prone, or be pushed up to 15 feet. So I'd like to make him do a dex save of 19 to remain on his feet. If he fails, he gets knocked prone.
Alrighty. Dex. That is a natural 1. So yeah, he falls prone and he smacks his head. Nat 1, I'll say he takes 5 points of bludgeoning damage as you take out his legs and he smacks his head on the side of the altar that he's standing next to.
Perfect. And I think I will. I'm not going to go anywhere, so I'm gonna. That'll be it for me.
Alrighty. Next up is the bandaged up elf. And he just whips his head around and looks at the lot of you and just yells, I am Shino, second hand to Tempari, and I will not let you pass. And he kind of books it around to move behind the altar, and then he's going to look to you, which is kind of an eerie feeling as you all kind of notice that he has these bloodied bandages wrapped around his eyes, but he still, when he moves his head around, he still looks or what appears to be looking in your direction. Like if his eyes weren't covered, it feels like he was looking directly into you as he glances around and yells to a lot of you. And he's going to Look at he's feeling pretty threatened right now. Trix, seeing that you've done the most damage, he looks to you and throws out his arm, and you see a somewhat familiar thing appear to what you've seen just not so long ago. As his veins blacken as it moves from his elbow down to the palm of his hand, and his hand almost goes entirely black as he shouts at you. And I need you to make a saving throw of Constitution saving throw of DC 19, I believe. No, 17, I'm sorry. Yeah, con save of 17.
Okay, as the high level monk, I'm actually proficient in saving throws, so I get to make them all with advantage, regardless of whatever they are, as long as it's a saving throw. So it's a con save, is that what you said?
Yep.
Alright. Well, shit! 15, even with advantage.
Okay. All right, so you feel this like pulse of painful necrotic energy like hit your chest and then just go out in waves throughout your body. And you feel like yourself coughing up this black ichor. And you take 44 necrotic damage.
Holy balls! That one hurt. That one hurt.
And Are you reduced to below 1 hit point? I'm assuming no.
No, I still got a chunk of change on there, but yeah, you got me for roughly a third of my health in a single blow, yeah.
Okay. Well, your max hit points are reduced by 44 damage, or 44 for the next hour.
Oh, that's fucked up. My new hit point max total is 99.
As he hits you with the harm spell, as this, you feel this just wave of necrotic energy pulse through your body, and you're coughing up blood, and that fucking sucked. It's
This
gonna
came
be
from little blind elf guy?
yes.
Trix thought we were gonna save you. Now, you're gonna have to deal with some tricks, buddy.
All right, back to the top of the round. Moving over to the celestial being furthest away. He is going to look towards you, Joel, who attempted to cast some spells earlier. He noticed you weaving some divine magic. He looks towards you and mutters something under his breath, and you feel this piercing just cacophony of noises and whispers enter your mind. And I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Counter spell. No, I'm just kidding.
Technically, this isn't a spell. This is a magical ability.
I can't even do counter spells. Son of a bitch!
Oh man!
Hold, please. If I'm not mistaken, I should have advantage on wisdom saving throws. How would I find that out?
It should be on your. Are you using D&D Beyond?
Yeah. There's a little red dot next to it. I think it means I'm proficient in it.
It should say. It would say under saving throws like advantage on so and so. I think proficiency, like if you're proficient, it just adds a bonus to the modifier, but it doesn't necessarily give you advantage.
Yeah, I don't see anything, so we'll just say that I'm not. So yeah, that
Well, you didn't fail the check by 5 or more, so that's good for you. But you are stunned until the end of your next turn, as this just wave of noise and chaos and whispers and sound just rend your mind, and you're just standing there clutching your head. And that is going to be their turn. Next up is Go Ogle.
All right. How far away am I from the nearest enemy?
Yeah, let me send it back. You are only about you're about 20 to 25 feet away from two of the celestial beings, and then the apparent blind elf is probably like 35 to 40 feet away from you.
All right. I am going to cast Branding Smite on myself.
Do you have Branding Smite?
As a battlesmith, yes, I do.
Nice. All right, that's a bonus, right?
Yep. I'm going to charge the nearest one and take 2 swipes on them.
All right. You can technically, I think, reach both of them, but the closest one is the one to the left side of the altar.
Whichever one's closest, it
Okay. Yeah.
doesn't
So
matter.
left side. Yep, you can get to the one on the left side, standing right in front of him, and take yeah, give me some attack rolls.
All right. First one is an 18 to hit.
I believe 18. Yep, 18 hits.
All right. Let's do that damage first.
Alrighty.
7 plus 8 for 15 points force damage or slashing damage. And then
Is your is your weapon? Did you take a +1 weapon?
yes, like a
Okay.
great, and then I enhanced it with the enhanced weapon feature.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure. Yeah, you're
Yep.
good.
And then double 4s for 8 points radiant damage. Although that probably doesn't do much to it.
Actually, it appears to do about as much damage as you thought it would.
Nice. I thought if they were resistant to anything, it'd be that.
Yeah.
And then a 17 to hit.
17 just hits. That is the magic number.
Yeah, that means I have to roll below a 3 to miss.
All right, roll me some damage.
7 plus 8 for 15. And I'm going to dump another arcane jolt.
What's that? What's the damage on the arcane jolts?
Let me roll it out. 2, 7, 10, 13 points force damage.
Nice. All right, yeah, you take some good hearty slashes at this corrupted looking angelic being with your battle axe slashing across its chest. And it takes a stumble backwards for a second, coughing up some blood before righting itself and growling at you. You took a hefty chunk out of it. You did some damage for sure.
And that'll end my turn, which then makes Andy next, and he's just going to move forward to be next to me.
Next
And
to you.
yes, and then it takes the dodge action.
Okay. All right, yeah, so moves next to you. Dodge action.
Because I have to use a bonus action for him to do anything else.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, so next up is that your turn? Sorry.
Yes, it is.
Next up is the angel next to you, Trix. He is taking some hits as well.
Trix suggests you stay down.
All right. So it is gonna turn. Well, not really turn because it's been looking at you.
He's still prone, right?
Oh yeah, so he's gonna take half his feet of movement, stand up. Um, And then he's just going to press his palms together and start muttering in some foreign language you don't understand. And then a black fog starts emanating from the ground in a 20-foot square around you. And all of a sudden you feel these tentacles start slithering up and like moving across your legs and up the small of your back and just whipping around you. And yeah, it starts its turn. So for now, it does nothing.
Okay.
But as you look around you, you see these just black tentacles just sprouting from this dark fog that is hovering about 6 inches off the ground, kind of reaching up towards the pew as you stand there, standing in front of this angelic being muttering in front of you, and that's going to be its turn.
Okay, so let me bother you real quick, DM. One of my abilities as a monk is called Tongue of the Sun and Moon, and you understand all spoken languages, and any creature that can understand a language can understand what you say. So would I have been able to gauge what the creature said underneath its breath?
You could just say it's a spell and call it
Yeah,
that.
Right,
He's-
Why you
I
gotta
assumed
call
it
it
was a
loud?
spell, but I was hoping to get was it like a slow spell or like I don't know, something I would recognize.
roll me an Arcana check. Since you could understand any language, you might be able to pick up on what kind of spell he is casting. So roll me an Arcana check to see if you can recognize, the phrasing of the spell or whatnot.
Just say that he damn, I think I left the stove on.
Shit, 4, no 6
You have
total.
no idea. It's like the words, that they are words that you can understand, but the phrasing and the way he's using them, you have no fucking clue what he's doing.
Trix hates angel words.
I speak celestial though. Could I understand?
You're
Oh, I'm
kind of,
stunned. I'm out. Never mind.
yeah, and you're also stunned by this, mind rend that is blasting your brain right now. So you probably wouldn't pick up on the little mutters he's whispering.
Fair enough.
But it is your turn next, which you are stunned for the turn. So you stand there doing nothing. I'm sorry. But it's the end of your turn, and you kind of shake it off. Like you get back and aware of your surroundings, and you are back in and ready for the fight next time around. Probably a little pissed off, but you're ready.
Yeah, you're damn right. I've missed. They've saved on every throw, and then you stunned me. I haven't done shit this fight.
Stun is actually like super powerful of something to have, which reminds me, I should probably start using that.
Yes, stun is a good one. All right, next up is Trix, actually. So you are starting your turn, and I guess I can tell you now. This is Avard's Black Tentacles. So when a creature enters the affected area for the first time on a turn or starts its turn there, the creature must succeed on a dexterity saving throw or take 3d6 bludgeoning damage and be restrained by the tentacles until the spell ends. Creature that starts its turn in the area and is already restrained by the tentacles takes another 3d6 bludgeoning damage. You can use an action on your turn to try and break free from the grapple. It's also considered difficult terrain, but you ignore difficult terrain.
So I got a nat 20 on the save. And,
Okay.
and because of my ring, I actually can't be restrained. So.
Well, fuck you. Yeah, so you succeed. You don't take any damage. You're like hopping up on this pew. The tentacles are trying to like grab your ankles and wrap around your legs, and you're just like hopping and skipping and dodging them, thwacking them with your quarterstaff. What would you like to do with your turn?
Okay, so there's an angel near me, and then there's the prone, or I mean, there's the elf that's blind or whatnot. Correct?
Yes, the previous map I sent is still accurate. That angel's still in front of you. There's one. Actually, no, it's not accurate because I lied. Um, Goago moved, but that angel is still standing over there to the left of you, and then the elf is still behind the altar.
Okay, I want to send an attack. Does a 17 hit the angel?
Yes, just hit.
Okay, I'm gonna send a couple of blows his way. Let's see here. And a 27, so I assume they both hit. Okay, cool.
He
Let me roll those out real quick. So I do the first attack does 7 bludgeoning damage, and the second attack does 12 bludgeoning damage. And I would like to spend a key point and make it a stunning strike. So I need a Constitution save from that angel, or he is stunned until the end of my next turn.
all right. You said Constitution?
Yeah. Stunning strike. Yeah. Con saving throw. DC 19.
That is- Ooh, that succeeds. But 18 on the die, plus 4.
Boo! Okay. In that case, I'm gonna burn another key point and hit him with a flurry of blows and give him 2 more attacks.
Okay, go for it.
19 and a 16.
19 hits, 16 misses.
So seven additional bludgeoning damage, and since it's a flurry of blows attack, I need we'll say a Dex saving throw, DC 19, or be knocked prone again.
That is 18. So he's now prone again. You knocked him on his ass, whipped that quarterstaff around his ankles, and he flips down onto his back again.
And that'll do it for me. I don't think I'm going to go anywhere. I'll stay right there as I glare evilly over at this fucking blind elf in hopes that he could see me glaring at him.
All right, next up is the elf. All right. Okay. Shit. So he's kind of seeing his enemies get or his allies getting hit left and right. He's gonna cast. Yeah. Let's see. 60 feet range. He's gonna look over at Andy and go ogle and outstretch his hand and mutter some divine words, clutching a pendant around his neck, and you feel tendrils of energy wrapping up around your legs and around your body. And I need you to make wisdom saving throws for you and Andy on DC 17 as he begins to cast Hold Person.
On who? Andy and who?
Andy and Go Ogle.
You said wisdom, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, first I'll do Andy because he's probably going to fail. It's a straight 8.
That is a failure.
And then we'll do me. What's my wisdom here? Plus 8 with advantage for being a gnome. Oh, why did I not roll 2? Assholes.
Hopefully your second one's better.
I hope so too. There we go.
Oh yeah, much better. Yeah, so you start to feel this this tight hold come over you, and then you just take it free and just let out a little angry, high pitched yell. Your voice is kind of up there. But Andy, unfortunately, you see him start to try and move, and then his joints lock up, and he just kind of freezes in position as he is paralyzed for the duration of the spell.
Alrighty then.
And that will be Shino's turn. Back to the top of the round is actually the angel right in front of you. So he's gonna see that his leader of sorts, his superior, locked up Andy, and he's gonna take 2 swipes against him. So those are critical hits. So
Damn!
automatic crits.
Well, you got to hit him first.
Yeah. Let's see if he hits first. That is a. Where to go? $21. Yeah, then 17 on the die.
Why are they auto crits again?
Because
they're
Andy is paralyzed.
paralyzed with Hold Person.
Well, let me ask you something. I have something. As a reaction, when you or a creature you see suffers a critical hit, you could turn that into a normal hit. Any effects triggered by a critical hit are canceled. I can use this feature up to blah blah blah. Yeah. So I think I can turn those attacks into normal hits now.
Yeah, you can. Well, you get 1 reaction and there are 2 attacks. So you could use your reaction to cancel out the crit in one of them. Yeah.
All right. I've been waiting to use it, so I might as well use it. I can use it a shitload of times, so
Yeah.
I'll
Yeah.
use
So
it.
cancel out the first crit. So I'm going to roll damage on the first crit, and well, quote unquote crit, and that'll just be a regular attack, and then I'll roll the second. It's really weird that your construct isn't immune to psychic damage. I find that strange.
I don't know. Unfortunately, they didn't ask my opinion.
All right, so it's a 6 on the die plus 4 for 10. 48 psychic damage. I'm sorry, Andy. So that's 10 plus 5 for 15 plus 10. That's 25 damage on the first hit. And the second hit, which is a crit, that's 2 on the or 1 on the die, so that's 2 plus 4, so 6 damage. And then
I've missed the second attack.
what was that?
Oh, I heard you roll one attack. I didn't hear the second one.
Oh, the attacks I got a 17 on the die for the first attack, which is
Yeah, and I
a
thought that equaled to a 21. That's what threw me off.
no, yeah, 17 on the die plus 8 to hit, which was a
25.
25, and then I rolled a 13 on the die for the second attack, which is a 21.
Okay.
Okay. So that was 1 on the die for the critical, for the crit, so that's 2 plus 4, so that's 6. For the necrotic damage, or psychic damage, that's 4, 2 for 6, plus 10, that's 16, times 2 is 32. So 32 extra damage, plus the 38 damage for the second attack.
Damn.
All right, Andy's powers down.
I'm sorry, Andy.
And as a reaction, because I took the Sentinel feat, I'm going to make an attack back at the planar.
Okay. Give me a roll. If it makes you feel any better, I feel bad.
23.
23 hits.
6 plus 8 for 14 slashing damage.
14, all right. Oh, yeah, so you see your automaton friend power down, and you feel this burst of rage go through you as you just swipe down with your axe and carve him through the chest. And he's definitely looking rough. He's hurting. He's bleeding profusely from multiple cuts, and he's not feeling good. And it is actually
Oh,
now.
those attacks should have been at disadvantage. Well, I guess frozen advantage, so even out. Never mind. I was like, he took the. But yeah.
Gotcha. Alrighty. So it's your turn. Go woggle.
All right, so it's my turn now.
Yeah, you got this celestial in front of you that just fucked up your friend.
All right, I'm just going to look at him and say, "I'll be with you in 1 minute," and take 2 more swings upon this planar.
Alrighty, give me some attack rolls. End him.
8 plus 14 for 22,
Nah, it definitely hits.
and another 22.
Also hits. Give me some
Okay,
damage.
so 4 plus 8 is 12 slashing, and another 9 for 21 slashing total.
Alrighty. He's still standing, but he's looking like he's feeling it. He's not looking great.
right, and yeah, I think that'll be it for my turn.
All right. Next up is the angel by you, Trix. He's looking a little pissed off that his tentacles didn't wrap you up.
Trix suggests you stay down.
No, we will not stay down. You will not get through us to Tempani. And then he abandons the magic and just attempts to fuck you up with his mace. He's going to take 2 attacks at you. Well, that misses. 16 for the first attack. And
Nope.
16 again. I rolled 2 8s.
It's 21 AC over here.
Yeah, so he just takes 2 wide arcs with his mace, and you just kind of like easily just sidestep, like move your head side to side and just dodge these no problem. And he just glares down at you angrily, and he's not gonna move. Yeah, he just takes a look back over his shoulder at Shino and kind of gives him a worried look, and that is his turn. Joel, you are up.
Oh man, gosh dang it. Would you say the first 2 up top are within 20 feet from each other?
Yeah.
Okay, so I carry a quarterstaff, which is mainly, it just looks like kind of like a rotting piece of wood, but I'll kind of smack it against the ground and well, I guess you've brought upon the wrath of God upon y'all. And as I smack the staff in the ground, you start hearing like fluttering of wings at first, and then you just see hundreds of locusts start crawling out of my staff and start swarming the room in a 20-foot radius. And so those 2 need to make a Constitution save.
All right. Not great. It's a 16 and a 14.
Okay, so both fail. Okay, so they take 4d10. That's trash. They take 14 points of damage, and every turn, or for they make it for when they enter it for the first time, or if they end their turn in it. So that's stuck in that area. It's a 20-foot radius, and I'll kind of center it kind of away from, so Trix isn't in it, but try to engulf as much as I can. So if they move, they have to potentially separate.
All right. Well, the one angel by Trix, 14 was a magic number. So how do you want to do that?
I'd
He was up-
imagine that he's getting like swarmed by the locusts, and they just start burrowing into his eyes and his nose and his mouth, and they just start going down his throat and eating him from the inside, and until he drops, and they just start swarming his body until there's nothing but they just start like you just start seeing them taking bits and pieces off of him over time, and
Ugh.
that'll be my turn.
All right. Tricks, you're up. You just watched this. Oh, also, start of your turn. Well, actually, no. Is that a concentration spell? Pretty sure. Sorry, I have to see if Yard's black. I'm pretty sure it's concentration. I don't think it just stays. Also, he's dead. Yeah, it's concentration. So, lucky you. You could feel the tentacles start to try and wrap up around your ankles again and pull you down, but right as they do, a swarm of locusts just attack the angel in front of you and just like go down its throat and just consume it from the inside out, and then the tentacles in the fog fade away into nothing, and you are standing there with a gross half-eaten corpse in front of you. What do you want to do? You got one angel left, and the elf standing behind the altar still pretty much untouched. Hasn't taken much damage other than some bug bites.
Was he okay? So I will swiftly make my way over to the elf and give him a couple of attacks. Yeah, okay, yeah. I'll go around the altar and I mean, is the altar, I mean, if I'm standing on the pew there, is it too much of a stretch to go across the altar instead of around it? Like, I'll just walk over it?
No, I won't even. I mean, it's not like crazy high or anything. Like it's like maybe chest height for a normal sized person, and you're standing on the pew. So, I mean, for someone of your ability, it would be absolutely nothing for you to just hop over and walk on top of it.
Okay, that's what I would do, and then walk over to him and give him a couple of attacks.
29 hits, yeah, definitely.
Okay, so before I hit him with another attack, I am going to spend the 3 key points it takes to make this a quivering palm attack. So
Oh shit.
I'm going to need a quivering palm. When you hit with an unarmed strike, you can spend 3 key points to start a harmless vibrations within the target. So I need a DC 19 con save. If it fails, you're reduced to 0 HP. If it succeeds, you take 10d10 necrotic damage. So you're either dead or you're dead. You get it? You get me?
I shit you not, I rolled a natural 20, but still with 10d10. Still probably gonna kill him. Yeah. You
62 points of necrotic damage as my quivering palm just kind of causes some definitely internal bleeding unseen somehow.
okay. Alright, well he drops to the ground. Like you just kind of 1 inch punch him with your palm in the like sternum, and you see his body lock up, and then like he just like trembles and then just drops to the ground. He's like gasping for breath. And he looks like he's barely holding on. Like his eyes are rolled back, his whole body is trembling. He's still breathing, but it's like very haggard, and he looks like he's barely holding on to life right now.
Well, I still have another attack. If he's still alive, I'm gonna hit him again.
Okay.
This time with the quarterstaff. 31 to hit.
Yeah, and I'm gonna take that as an auto crit. I mean, he's quivering palm. You just knocked him onto his ass. So, how do you want to do this?
I will. I will. After he takes the quavering palm and still doesn't quite die, he's like, suffering some like internal hemorrhaging as he's like twitching and kind of looking over to me. And after I give him the strike and he doesn't die and fall over, I just kind of I extend my hand and kind of towards him and blow to him, almost like I'm blowing him a kiss, and the action is enough to get him to fall backwards and into death.
Yeah, and he just collapses backwards, no longer breathing. Well, I guess I said earlier, his eyes roll back into his head. You probably wouldn't have actually seen that because he's got a bandage over them. But you can imagine his eyes would have rolled back in his head. Yes, he is no longer on the land of the living, and there's one angel left who's kind of witnessing all this, and he looks like he's starting to panic a little bit. We are back to top of the round, but pretty much everyone's dead. So go Ogle, that's you.
All right, let's put this angel out of his misery. I bet he's missing his friends. So 2 swings.
Give me some attack rolls.
18 on the first hit
That hits.
and 30 on the second hit.
That absolutely hits.
Let's see, that's 10 slashing on the first and 14 slashing on the second for 24 total.
Alrighty. 24. Yeah, you get some good slashes in. He's definitely looking hurt. He's still standing. He's holding on, but he is bleeding through multiple gashes across his body as you and Andy have just lain in on him.
And that'll end my turn.
All right, his turn now. You see this madness go through his eyes more so than you've seen before. Like you just caused him to crack, seeing his companions fall around him, and his leader fall down and die before his eyes, and he just kind of seems to lose it. And he just turns to you and just reaches out and plants a face, not aggressive, or not a face, but not aggressively, but places his hand against the side of your face, and you hear this just impossibly loud cacophony of whispers enter your mind, and I need you to make a charisma saving throw.
Okay. I'm just going through all my stuff real quick to make sure. Okay. Gnomes. What? Charisma? Okay. So that's 16.
That unfortunately fails. you just hear this whisper and just get louder and louder in your mind. And you look out, and as you're looking him in the face, you see his like mouth agape, like he is screaming as loud as he can, but you don't really hear it as much as you feel it inside of your head. It's not like you're actually hearing it with your ears, as this telepathic shout rends your mind, and you are stunned to the end of your next turn. Um, and then this angel is going to move backwards and towards the doorway closest to it, as it appears like it's trying to make an escape. Next up is Joel.
It didn't walk. It didn't hit the locust as it walked towards the door.
It was a 20-foot radius, right?
Yeah.
So no, it's
That's.
able to skirt around it.
I totally spaced. I think Trix would have had to make a, because it doesn't say. It says when the area appears, each creature in it must make a saving throw. A creature must also make this throw when it enters the spell's area for the first time.
Is it just damage when it enters?
No, they gotta make a con save and take 40-10 on a failed save or half as much on a successful one. It doesn't say anything about friendlies, so it just says each creature that enters the area must make a con save. And if I put it there, then if Trix is on that little box, you would have walked in there.
Yeah. This time, just for the sake of ease, we'll say the locusts knew a friendly, but for future reference, if you use it again, I'll keep a better track of it. That's my bad. He made a save anyway.
Well, he takes half 40-10 if he wants to roll for it. He takes 11 points.
Big 11 damage. Your Trix is probably pissed off enough to just bolt through the locust and take the damage to get the kill anyway.
Dude, so I don't think I can't move this thing.
Also, I forgot to take the elf, the gray token off the map, but he's dead. The one in front of Trix. I just forgot to take it off the map.
I'm gonna cast a guiding bolt at him. That's second level.
Okay. Yeah. Is that a guiding bolt? Is spell attack roll, right?
Yeah, it's to hit because these motherfuckers have been saving on everything. That's my luck. Oh, nat 20.
Yeah, it definitely hits. Yeah, roll me some damage.
That's gonna be 5d6. So is that 10d6? Or do you want me to roll 5d6 and just double it?
I mean, that's up to you. You can do 5d6 and
I'll just do 5d6
or 10d6.
So 42 points of damage.
Yeah, tell me how you want to beam this motherfucker with your guiding bolt.
Oh, where you going, child? Well, don't you want to go see the Lord with your friends here? I mean, y'all were acting all high and mighty not too long ago. And I'll just start like manifesting just this radiant beam of light in my hand. And as he's like trying to turn tail and run, it just right through the fucking chest. Now let your heart go be with God as the beam of light just pierces his heart.
I don't know about you guys, but God talk like that creeps me the fuck out.
You know why it freaks you out? Because it's just so fucking disingenuous.
All right. So, combat has ended. All the enemies lay dying and bleeding at your feet. And as you guys begin to look around the room, kind of really taking it in for the first time now that there's not a threat evident. Um, you hear this uh, light feminine voice call out, kind of pained and weak. It sounds like, and just says, "Hello, is anyone there? Is it safe? It sounds like there's fighting. What's going on?" And I think that is where we're gonna have to call it for tonight.
Oh man, playing level 20 characters is so fucking fun, dude.
It's also fun for me because I don't have to feel bad because I can just lay into you guys, be like, nah, they got a fuck ton of health. They got these crazy saving throws. I can just try all this fucking awful shit and try and kill you guys.
Alex
Now
one
you killed
knockout is
Andy.
the robot. Well, actually, because it's been less than an hour, I can use my Smith tools and just fix him, and he'll come back with 1 HP, and then he can repair himself.
I don't
See,
know if
like, what kind of shit is that, dude? Level 20 shit. That's crazy.
Andy ain't dead yet.
And then Sean fucking popping off like 30 fucking attacks in a round.
I think I would have. I think I feel worse about killing Andy than I would about killing you guys.
I don't think
Yeah,
I
who did
took a
Andy
single
hurt?
point of damage this fight.
I haven't either yet.
You guys made some lucky saving throws. Like, I mean, I got that harm off on Tricks, which was deadly, but Joel and Googgle, if you guys had failed the saving throw for the mind rend by more than 5, you guys would have been stunned, and you also would have taken 68 psychic damage.
And then we also had the shield master that completely negated the breath weapon from the dragons.
I was like, I'm gonna fuck these guys up with this badass dragon breath. Like it's not just the cone from a regular dragonborn. This is like, what was it? I think it was like
12d6 it was.
yeah, it was 12d6 fucking fire damage. And then Chris over here is just like, nah, I passed and I have shield master. Not taking that shit.
Well, and at level 20, artificers get a +1 bonus to all saving throws per magic item they are attuned to.
Which is
And at
sick.
level 18, they can attune to 6 magic items at one time. So you can have a +6 to all your saving throws. Plus, I was able to craft the Ring of Protection, so there's another +1.
Yeah, so even like your shittiest stats have a +7 to your saving throws.
Well, one has a +6, and that's fucking charisma, and you found it.
Yeah, your dump stat even has a +6 to saving throws, which is good.
Well, no, strength was
Bananas,
my
dude.
dumps. My strength was my dump stat, and
No,
then I made the Belt of Hill's giant strength.
yes, not really your dump stat.
Strength was my dump stat too.
Yeah.
Well, I put 0 into it.
How many hit dice did that last guy I kill have? That way I can transfer his soul over to Tricks just so he has a little bit of health when we do this again.
Yeah.
Well, since he reduced my health by so much, like what for like an hour or some shit with the necrotic damage, like I'm almost at full health because my full health got dropped by like 40 something points.
yeah, it was 44, I think.
Yeah, because I was at 143, so like my max health is 99 currently, and I'm still in like the upper 70s.
Yeah.
I
But
mean, you should be 160 with 0 constitution.
the Joel, Anthony, the hit die is 16 for the one you killed, but also, Sean, your cleric has that same spell, so they might be able to do something about that because they know about that spell.
Oh, I have a lot that could help him, but at this point, if we're not in combat, you just wait the hour and you'll be alright.
Yeah, yeah, that's all I'm gonna say about that. Also, you do have those. If you remember the hourglasses.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
that's
shit,
something
the
I'd like to
stop time
point
stuff.
out that throughout this entire session so far, I managed to use 12 of my 20 key points, and I get them all back on a short rest. So we could I could go full nuclear still easily.
Well, that's fine. While you're resting, I can repair Andy, and he'll be at full health.
Yeah, well, you guys essentially have with those hourglasses. You essentially have 3 free short rests because it stops time around, like stops time everywhere except a 20-foot radius from where you smash it.
So I could potentially take a short rest 3 times, like say in combat. That would give me 60 key points. You know how many quivering palms I can do with 60 key points? I'll fuck up this whole battlefield.
God damn it! Why did I say something?
It's just funny.
I've
Oh
created
my
a
god.
monster.
Okay,
Everyone's
so
getting kicked out.
hypothetically, I use 2 attacks and I use flurry of blows. So that's 4 attacks. Now, if I make them all like hand unarmed attacks, it's plus 11 to attack, and I could potentially spend 3 key points per each attack. So I have to spend 1 on the flurry of blows, 3 on each attack after that. I could spend 13 key points in a single attack and do 40 d10 necrotic damage.
Jesus Christ!
Oh, that's fucking funny, dude. Roll that.
Man.
Roll 40 d10. 240 damage.
So how is it running a level 21 shot then?
It was fine until I realized the broken mechanic of giving you guys these wondrous hourglasses.
You know what's funny is that Dakota, when he listens back to this, he's gonna see that 40 d10 roll and be like, "What the fuck happened?"
240 damage.
Also, that leaves me enough key points that I could do 3 more quivering palms next turn.
Jesus.
What did that mean? I thought my 14 d6 was bananas. This is 40 d10.
Oh, 40d10 is best case scenario. 40d10 is if they succeed the saving throw, or it just automatically kills them. If they die on the auto hit, I could potentially kill 4 characters a turn if they fail their saving throw.
Well, I might have to beef up the BBEG.
Oh yeah, we gave him a free, practically short res.
You already
That
kind of
fucking-
you made me Goku, and you gave me like the Biolic training center, you know, or whatever the fuck it was.
The BBEG would have a hit pool of like 700 HP.
All right, well, that was a good. I'm gonna hop off, but we'll have to continue this later. Maybe we can get one of the other boys to come in as a quote unquote NPC and help you guys out.
All
I could
right.
always like revivify one of these angels if they want to play them as a Or even Raise Dead. I have that too. Maybe they could play as one of the angels or something.
Yeah, I'll figure something out.
And if y'all want to finish it, I'm always down to pull a double, either later this week or next week.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
we'll pull in one of the other fellas and have him be like a minion on the DM side. We'll give the DM a henchman since he made us gods with time travel capability.
Oh man, can you imagine a BBG with a player level 20 hero? That would
Oh,
be pretty. That'd be pretty feisty.
that's not a bad idea. That would be.
Whoever it is could be Andy, and I fix a voice box on him.
All right, fellas. Well, I'm gonna take off. Keep in touch on the channels and whatnot. We'll do this again soon. Yeah.
For sure, man.
Good night.
Later, guys.
All right.